This is a long lecture.
Okay, so it does not show up basically. Okay, I like that. I had to close my stuff earlier yesterday because of light just not electricity was like just constantly coming and going, so it was like just basically like oscillating, and it was I could not like just stream on inverter. That's not something that I should do. So yeah, so I'll be starting again today. Hopefully today's stream is without any disturbances. I was looking into buying this course, like thinking maybe mine is not that good, but overall, I do not think I want to do that anymore. So let's start with Telegram. I don't know where I left
Repository website. So this is the Maven repository website. Here you can simply search the resources. And similarly for testing related files, you can keep under this test folder. Coming to this pom.xml file, like you can see, inside this file only, we need to define all our project dependencies so that we can start using these libraries inside our Maven application. As of now, you can see the only dependency that our Maven application has is Java 17. Since we choose JDK 17 while creating this Maven project, the same is mentioned under the properties. Now in order to define the dependencies, we can open a new XML tag with the name dependencies. And inside this dependencies tag, we can define any number of dependency. Each dependency we need to mention inside the tag dependency. Like you can see, this is how we need to define. Since we decided to create beans with the help of Spring Framework, we need to mention the dependencies related to the Spring Framework. But I don't know what is the group ID, what is the artifact ID that I need to mention here. For the same, we can go to the Maven repository website. So this is the Maven repository website. Here you can simply search for Spring. Once you search for Spring, you'll get multiple results. Here, the library that we need to choose is Spring Context. Like you can see, Spring Context provides access to configured objects like a registry. It also inherits all the features like Spring Beans, internalization, event propagation from the Spring Core library. So instead of adding a basic library of Spring Core, we are going to add the library Spring Context, which has all the features that we need. So let me click on the Spring Context. Here on this page, you can see there are multiple versions. You can always choose the latest version. The latest version right now we have is 6.0.8. So let me click on that. And on this page, you can easily identify what is the group ID, artifact ID version that you need to mention inside your pom.xml. So let me copy these values. If you are using Gradle, you can also click on this Gradle option and select these values. But since we are using Maven, we should use these values. And one important point that I want to highlight here is, here you're seeing a version 6.0.8. But in future, you may see a more newer version. I'll always recommend to use the most recent versions. And I'll also make sure to regularly update all the code inside the GitHub repo based upon the latest versions of the Spring Framework. So it is not possible for me to re-record all the videos whenever a new version is released. That's why I'll make sure at least updating the code inside the GitHub repo every quarter. But if there are any critical changes, then definitely I will re-record the video or I'll add a note inside the existing videos. So that's a quick note. Now let's go to the ID. Here, I'm going to paste the group ID and artifact ID and the version number that I have copied. So let me save this file. And as soon as you save this file, you can see there is an option to load the Maven changes. If you click on this button, you can see in the down, my IntelliJ IDE is downloading all the libraries from the Maven central repository based upon the dependencies that I have defined. So we can also confirm the same by going to the project, and here there is an external libraries option. If you can open these external libraries, you can see based upon the dependency that I have defined here, my Maven downloaded all these libraries like AOP, context, core. So these are all the libraries that it has downloaded. If I can open the Spring Core library, inside this there is a jar, and I can right click on this and select the option open in Explorer. This will open the location where the jar is physically located. So this is the beauty that I was highlighting before. As soon as you define the dependency and load the Maven changes, all the jars that are needed for your web application will be downloaded into your local repository by the Maven build tool. And here you have a question like how my Maven knows about that this is the path that where it has to download. So for the same, if you can go to the Maven which we downloaded inside the C drive, we pasted under the Apache Maven 3.9.1. So inside this folder, there is a conf folder, and inside this configuration folder, if you can open the settings.xml and look for the local repository, here you can see there is a note by default, Maven will use this path to store all your to download all the jars. For some reason, if you want to override this default behavior with the help of ID, and sometimes you may want to import an existing Maven application, like go ahead and downloads folder, process of creating a Maven project from scratch, or import. In the previous lecture, we have created a Maven project, and now is the time to make code changes inside this Maven project and learn how to create beans with the help of Spring Framework. This is the time that we are waiting, and all the groundwork that we have done in the previous lecture is to create the beans inside a Java application, because the most basic thing inside the entire Spring Framework is beans. Until unless you know how to create a bean, you can't really make progress inside the Spring Framework and use advanced features like auto wiring, dependency injection, loose coupling. So in order to encache all these benefits inside our web application, first we need to run how to create beans inside the Spring Framework. That's why inside this lecture we are going to focus on how to create a Spring Bean. Just to recap our previous discussion, whenever we create a object with the help of new operator, that will become a simple POJO object, and there is no clue for our Spring IOC container or Spring context to manage it. Like you can see here, I have created an object of vehicle class with the help of new operator. Other than this, I have not done anything, and like you can see inside my Spring context, everything is empty. because my Spring context or Spring IOC container does not have any clue about this object. It is our responsibility as a developer to provide all enough information to the Spring IOC container so that it can start managing the Java objects. So let's try to understand how to do that. Like you can see here, the very first or basic approach to create a Spring Bean is with the help of bean annotation on top of any Java method. Here I have a method with the name vehicle, and the return type of this method is vehicle itself. Don't feel like this is a constructor. This is a Java method. Inside this Java method, I'm just creating the vehicle object, and to this vehicle object, I'm setting a name. What is a vehicle name? And returning the same object. So this is a method which will just create an object and return the same object. But the magic will happen with the help of @bean annotation. Whenever we mention this annotation on top of any Java method, the return type from the method is going to be converted as a Spring Bean, and the same will be maintained by the Spring context or Spring IOC container. Here you may have a question like, even inside the Java method also, I'm using a new operator. Of course, that's a very valid question. This is the most basic approach, and when we want to create the bean very first time,
vehicle var pay equals to new vehicle van dot set name audiate return van.
definitely we have to create with the help of new operator. Post that, once my object is converted into a bean, my Spring context will take care of auto wiring, dependency injection, which we are going to discuss in the coming sections. But there are many other approaches also to create a bean, and in those approaches, we don't even have to use the new operator. But for now, please note that whenever we are using @bean on top of a Java method, the return type object from the method will be converted as a Spring Bean and will be maintained by the Spring IOC container. Let's try to make some code changes inside the example one project that we have created in the previous lecture. That way, it will be more clear for you with hands-on. This is the example one that we have created, and inside the pom.xml of this project, like we discussed previously, we have added the dependencies like Java 17 and Spring context with the version that you are seeing on the screen. Before I try to start make changes, let me try to zoom the entire IDE. For the same, we need to go to the file settings. Under this appearance and behavior, let's go to the appearance. Here you can see as of now the zoom is 100%. I'm going to change it to 150% so that you can see all the menu and icons related to the IDE clearly. So let me select this. Now you can see everything should be clear and visible to you. Now in order to create a bean, first I need to create a Pojo class with the name vehicle. For the same, under this example one, under this source main Java, I'm going to create a new package, and the package name is going to be com.example.beans. Inside this package, I'm going to create a new Java class, and the class name is going to be vehicle. For now, inside this vehicle Java class, I'm going to create a
dot beans. And in that, a new Java class called vehicle.
single field, and the field name is going to be name. For this field, I'm going to create the getters.
Why private string name? What is this?
Setters. So let me right click on this, and under the generate option, you can select the getter and setter. This will generate the getter and setter for my field, which is name. So
we can right click on that and then generate getter and setters. Why is it like a random fucking weird ass just I don't like that. That's good.
So here I'm good. Let me try to create one more package. This time the package name that I want to create is com.example.config. Inside this config package, I'm going to create a new Java class with the name project config.
Config.
Inside this class, the very first change that I want to do here is mentioning @configuration annotation. The purpose of this @configuration annotation inside the Spring framework is this will let my IOC container to scan all the content of this class, because this is an indication to the Spring framework that the developer has done some changes which will result into creating beans. So whenever my Spring framework find a class with the annotation @configuration during the startup or during the initialization of the IOC container, it will make sure it is reading all the content of this class. So that's the purpose of this @configuration annotation. For your future reference, I'm also going to add the Java comments here. So these are the Java comments that I have added for your reference. Now inside this class, first we need to create a Java method. The return type of the method is vehicle, and the name of the method for now I want to keep it as vehicle. Inside this method, I'm going to create an object.
Why do we use the configuration thing though? Vehicle.
Of vehicle class with the help of new operator. Like you can see, I'm using new vehicle, and here I'm using the var. keyword. Where keyword is introduced in Java 10, and this is a type inference. Just to reduce the burden on the developer, this keyword is introduced. This keyword is already available in certain languages like JavaScript. So what is happening here is, before Java 10, developers are forced to mention the class name even on the left-hand side. But with the where keyword, the object reference will be inferred based upon the class type that you have mentioned on the right-hand side. So that is a quick introduction about the where keyword. Now, using the same vehicle object, I'm trying to invoke the method set name, and to this method, I'm passing the value as RD8. So this is the vehicle name that I want to set. After making all these changes, I need to make sure I'm returning the same vehicle object.
Like, what is even the point of like doing this configuration though? In like the configuration class instead of vehicle class? I had a name that is 8. हेलो मम्मी, मैं पूछ रहा था, आप बोल रहे थे कि एक कीबोर्ड रखा हुआ है, वो कहाँ पे रखा हुआ था? पापा की अलमीरा में। ठीक है बाय। I'll go and come in a bit. I need a new keyboard. Hopefully this works, bro. Let's do a type test. I did 3 different ones, bro. Why is this so oily though? Oh. Keyboard. Oh, this work fine. Yeah, this should be good now, actually.
From this method. Now, in order to convert this vehicle object into a Spring Bean, like we discussed, we need to make sure we are mentioning @bean annotation on top of this method. So all these @bean, @configuration, all these annotations, we are importing from the Spring context library that we have mentioned inside the pom.xml. That's why we need to make sure we are adding these dependencies. Otherwise, you will get compilation errors. Now, very similarly, I'm also going to create two more methods.
I don't understand what we did here, though. But I mean, in the configuration class, we also have a bean. What the fucky?
Which will return different beans. So let me do the same. So here I'm pasting two Java methods in the interest of time. Like you can see here, there's nothing fancy happening here. This is the method with the name. Like you can see here, so here I'm pasting two Java methods in the interest of beans. So let me do the same. So here I'm pasting two Java methods in the interest of time. Like you can see here, there's nothing fancy happening here. This is the method with the name hello, and this method is returning a object of type string. Since we have mentioned @bean annotation on top of this method, my string object is going to be converted as a Spring Bean. The same applies for the last method, which is going to convert my integer object to an Spring Bean. And one interesting point that I want to highlight here is, if you can see, the method names that I'm using are of type nouns, like vehicle, hello, and number. These are nouns, but usually as per the standard, we should use the method names with the help of verbs. In English, verb indicate an action, like say hello, print number, move vehicle. So instead of using the verb style of naming convention, here I'm using the noun style of naming convention. The reason is, whatever method name that you are going to mention here, the same name will be considered as the bean name inside the Spring context. That's why we need to make sure we are using noun type of naming convention. If I say move vehicle as my method name, then my bean name inside the Spring context will be move vehicle, which is not going to make sense compared to nouns. That's why always follow this naming convention whenever you're using @bean annotation on top of a Java method. For your reference, let me mention the same here in the Java comments. So here I'm just mentioning everything in the Java comments about whatever we have discussed. Very similarly, let me add few Java comments to give quick information about @bean annotation. So I have mention all these details. Now we have created the vehicle Pojo class, and inside the project config, we have created the methods, and on top of these methods, we have used @bean annotation. But I need to write a main class that will initialize the IOC container or Spring context. During the initialization process, my framework is going to look for the configuration classes like project config. For the same, let's try to create a new Java class. The package name that I'm going to create this time is count.example.main, and inside this package, I'm going to create the Java class with the name example1, and inside this example1, I need the main method because we want to start the
Wait, so here is a different thing for beans, a different thing for vehicles. Wow, what's the problem with bean here? Or maybe I didn't had to like put bean here anyways.
initialization process of the
So here should have like the project guide stuff. The example one. Here vehicle.java. Yeah, vehicle.java does not have anything here. There's the getter and setter, which in config he does have this weird ass comment here. Understand what this means, but bean annotation, which lets Spring know that it needs to call this method when it initializes its context and adds the return value to the context. Method names usually follow the verb notation, but for methods which we will use to create beans, can use nouns as names. टाइट है दबाने में।
Spring IOC container. The shortcut to create the main method inside the IntelliJ IDE is PSVM, which is public static void main. Bean name inside the Spring context. That's why we need to make sure we are using noun type of naming convention. If I say move vehicle as my method name, then my bean name inside the Spring context will be move vehicle, which is not going to make sense compared to nouns. That's why always follow this naming convention whenever you're using @bean annotation on top of a Java method. For your reference, let me mention the same here in the Java comments. So here I'm just mentioning everything in the Java comments about whatever we have discussed. Very similarly, let me add few Java comments to give quick information about @bean annotation. So I have mentioned all these details. Now we have created the vehicle Pojo class, and inside project config we have created the methods, and on top of these methods we have used @bean annotation. But I need to write a main class that will initialize the IOC container or Spring context. During the initialization process, my framework is going to look for the configuration classes like project config. For the same, let's try to create a new Java class. The package name that I'm going to create this time is com.example.main. And inside this package, I'm going to create the Java class with the name example1. And inside this example1, I need the main method because we want to start the initialization process of the Spring IOC container. The shortcut to create the main method inside the IntelliJ IDE is PSVM, which is public static void main. Inside this method, I'm going to paste few lines of code just in the interest of time. So this is all the code that I have pasted. Let me try to import all the classes. So here in the very first 3 lines, nothing is happening. I'm just trying to show a demo that whenever we try to create an object with the help of new operator and we set a name with the help of setter method, this is not going to be tracked inside the Spring context because we're simply using new operator. Other than that, we have not done any configuration inside these 3 lines. That's what I'm trying to convey with this print statement. Vehicle name from non-Spring context is Honda City. This Honda City vehicle is not going to be tracked by the Spring context. Now, in order to track all these beans that we have mentioned here, first we need to initialize the Spring IOC container. For the same, we need to create an object of annotation config application that we have mentioned here. First, we need to initialize the Spring IOC container. For the same, we need to create an object of annotation config application context. And to this,
What is he talking even about, bro? Like he's genuinely just like reading out the code right now. How does this course have such high fucking reviews? He's genuinely reading out the code instead of like what, bro? Where did all that code even come from? Like what for the like, bro, what? I don't need to save my time, bro. Code it in front of me instead of like just copy pasting it and then reading the code out, bro. I don't even know what this is all about, bro. Like he just had all this code come from somewhere, bro.
class constructor, we need to pass the where we have defined all our configurations. The configurations we have defined inside the project config class. That's what we are trying to pass here. If you can recall our discussion about the Spring IOC container, inside Spring framework, there are 2 types of IOC container. One is bean factory and the other one is application context. Application context is the most advanced one and it has all the features. Yes, that's why we should always try to use the application context IOC container. But these bean factory and application context, they are interfaces. We can't create objects from these interfaces. That's why we need to create the objects of implementation classes of those interfaces. One such class is annotation config application context. The reason why we are using this class here is we are doing all our configuration with the help of annotations like @bean, @configuration. Spring also support XML style of configuration, but that is very legacy style of doing. Now all the developers, they are following annotation style. That's why inside this course, we are going to discuss everything with the help of annotation style. I have a small lecture about the XML configuration in the coming sections. I just want to show you how people used to do back in a decade so that you know how comfortable it is creating configurations with the help of annotations. The object of this class class will be assigned to this context variable. So this is the line that is responsible to initialize the Spring IOC container as Spring context. During the initialization, we are telling to the Spring framework, please consider all the configurations that I have mentioned inside the project config class. Now with the help of this context object, we can invoke a method called getBean. And to this getBean method, we can send what is the data type of our bean. The data type of vehicle bean is vehicle.class. So this line will give me the Spring bean that is being maintained by the Spring IOC container. And when I try to print the name of the vehicle with the help of getName, whatever name that we set here, which is Audi 8, will be printed. And the same when we try to fetch other beans with the same context.getBean, but this time we're going to pass the data type as string and integer, and the same values we are going to print. So these values are also we assigned inside the project config class. Like if you go and check the string, we have hello world and the number is 16. And one more beauty that I want to highlight here is whenever we're trying to invoke the getBean method present inside the context variable, we don't have to explicitly typecast the bean into the correspondent data type because
What does this even mean? I'm genuinely actually like fucking modding right now, bro. This guy is just like saying shit, bro.
we're already passing what is the data type to this getBean method as an input. From this input, my Spring framework can do the typecasting internally. That's why
Yo, I actually kill him. Like, what is this? I'm so mad right now. He just genuinely is talking about random bullshit, bro. As my shit red for no reason. Now it's not red for no reason. Oh, I needed to import com example bean vehicle as well.
even though I'm not doing any typecasting manually, I'm not getting any compilation errors. I have
Bro, this guy is genuinely modding me right now, bro. Give me mod right now.
the same inside the Java comments here. Let me try to decrease the font size so that you can see the entire class. For the same, let me go to file, settings, font. I'm going to make it as 14 and I'm clicking on this apply. Okay. So now you can see this is the entire code that we have written. I hope this is all clear to you. Now is the time to execute this main method. So I'm just trying to execute in the debug mode. So this is the output that we have on the console. The very first print statement that we have is related to Honda City. And this is not a Spring Bean. This is a simple Pojo object because we have created it with the help of only new operator. Whereas if you see the vehicle name from the Spring context is Audi 8 and similarly the string value and integer value
Where did you write Honda City? Like, what the fuck is this function even about, bro? The fuck are you added in, man?
या दादी बुला रही है हमको
क्यों बुला रही है?
पता
ए यार. कोच बुला रही है यार इस समय. Ah, man, I may need to close the stream again today. घर वालों को कुछ ना कुछ तो रहता ही हर समय भाई। कैसे बड़ा बड़ा बढ़ेंगे और भी। Oh wait, I'm still live then I guess, yeah. I'm the large. Okay, so there is a spring context, I guess. This class is a bean. What is a bean? He hasn't told us what a bean is yet. It's a bean.
मम्मी कहती सुई ये आएगा।
कुछ नहीं बता रहा था मैं।
पक्का
हम्म,
पढ़ रहा है देखो। तो इसको है ना खोल भी लिया कर, सुबह शाम तक थोड़ी फ्रेश एयर पास हो जाएगी। ओके। और सूर्य को मैंने बोला 5:30 बजे लाइट जलाएगा, अगर नहीं जलाई तो आप जला देना 6 बजे ऊपर से नीचे। क्या हुआ, कुछ बिजी है, परेशान है?
नहीं हूँ कुछ भी।
सब ठीक है? ये क्या चल रहा है?
कुछ नहीं
नहीं नहीं,
यार,
ये लाइन से
कुछ नहीं है वो।
गाने
what basically is happening is in this bean object, we are defining the class which is the bean, and this particular bean object is being handled by the what's it called? Handled by the context, string context. Now the project config thing defines value for these beans. I guess, I'm not sure.
We are getting whatever we have configured inside the project config class. With this, I'm assuming you are super clear about the most basic thing inside the Spring framework, which is converting a Java object into a Spring bean with the help of @bean annotation. Since this is the very first time that we are doing, I have taken a long time. Thank you for your patience. We are going to discuss many other approaches in the coming lectures. With these basics, I'm sure all the concepts that we are going to discuss in the coming lectures will be easy for you to understand.
The little bean animation of Spring know that it needs to call this method when it initializes its concept and adds the return object value to the Spring context. Okay, yeah, I mean, that's understandable now. So what is the role of the project config class?
All the code that we discuss, you can find it inside the GitHub repo under the example 1 project. I hope this is all clear to you. Thank you, and I'll catch you in the next lecture. Bye. Now, inside this lecture, let's try to understand the most common exception that we may face whenever we're trying to declare beans inside the Spring framework. The name of this exception is no unique bean definition exception. The name itself is self-explanatory, but let's try to understand under which circumstances we'll receive this exception. Think of a scenario. You as a developer, you have declared multiple beans of same data type. Like you can see here, I have created 3 beans of same data type, which is vehicle, with the help of 3 different methods. And inside these 3 methods, I have set different names for my vehicle, like Audi, Honda, and Ferrari. With this bean declaration, my Spring context will load all those beans during startup, and you can see all these beans with the name vehicle 1, vehicle 2, and vehicle 3 is being maintained by the Spring IOC container. Like we were discussing previously, whatever method name that you have mentioned, the same name will be considered as a name of your Spring bean. To this point, everyone is happy, no exception. As a next step, as a developer, what you're going to do is you're going to try to fetch the bean with the help of getBean method that we have discussed in the previous lecture. And to this getBean method, you are passing the data type of.
Let me access the getBean method. Let's see that. Okay, I get bean string class. String context.getBean. String class, context.getBean integer class. Vehicle class, okay.
The bean, which is vehicle. Now, at this point of time, my Spring has an ambiguity or confusion because there are 3 beans available inside the Spring context with the same data type, and the developer is not providing any details other than data type of the bean. In these kind of scenarios, my Spring IOC container will have a confusion, and with that confusion, it is going to throw an exception saying that no unique bean definition exception, and you'll get an exception on your console. The same may happen in auto-wiring and dependency injection as well. Whenever your IOC container has ambiguity or confusion, it is simply going to throw this exception. That's why it is very important to understand how to resolve this exception. Let's try to understand the same. Like you can see here, we are into the same situation. Like I have created 3 different methods, and I'm trying to create 3 different beans, and all these beans are loaded into the Spring context. This time, the story is going to have an happy ending. Like you can see here, whenever I'm calling getBean method with the help of context object, I'm passing 2 variables. So getBean has multiple overloaded methods inside the framework. The method that I'm trying to invoke will accept 2 parameters. The very first one is what is the actual bean name that you're trying to refer, and the second one is what is the data type of your bean. So here I'm giving the first parameter as vehicle1, which is the name of the Spring bean, and the second parameter, which is vehicle.class. With this information, my Spring IOC container will not have any confusion. It has all the details, and the output on the console will be printed based upon the name that you have given for the vehicle1, which is Audi. I hope this is clear to you. Now let's try to explore the same inside a Java application. For the same, I came to the IDE. Here, as of now, we have only example 1 Maven project. To explore about no unique bean definition exception, I want to create a new example. So here we have 2 approaches to create a Maven project. The very first one is by following the same steps that we have discussed previously, like creating a new Maven project, which is a very lengthy process because once I create an empty Maven project, I need to copy all the classes that I have here. Instead of this, I can take the second approach, which is an easier approach. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to right click on this and select the option Open in Explorer. This will open my Windows Explorer where my example 1 Maven application is available. So here, like you can see, I'm just going to copy this example 1 and paste the same inside the same folder location. Post that, I'm going to rename this to example 2. So the folder name is changed. Now let me go to inside the folder location, and here I'm going to open the pom.xml, and the only change that I want to do here is changing the artifact ID from example 1 to example 2. Apart from that, I'm good with the pom.xml. Let me close the same. Now, the next step that I want to follow here is under the target folder, we have all the compiled classes related to the example 1. We don't want to consider the same. We want to compile our example 2 again from scratch. That's why I'm going to delete all the content of the target folder. With this, we should be good from example 2 project perspective. Now, let me try to import this example 2 Maven project into the IDE. Here, in order to import the new Maven application into our IDE, we can go to this Maven tab, and here I'm going to click on this plus symbol, which is add Maven project. And under the D drive, you can see the path that I want to open here is D drive Spring and example 2. So let me open this example 2 and select this pom.xml and click on OK. With that, you can see my new example2 Maven project also imported into my IDE. Now let me open all the Java classes that I have here. The very first Java class that I want to open here is example1. Since we are into the example2, let me try to rename this to the example2. So I'm trying to rename file as well. With that, we should be good. Now let me go to the project config file, and here first let me remove all these beans related to string and integer. Now I'm going to copy the same vehicle method multiple times. So this is the second time, this is the third time, and go here. So let me try to rename the method names to vehicle1, vehicle2, and vehicle3. The names also we want to set different names here. The name under vehicle1 is Audi, and similarly for vehicle2 we can set the name as Honda. For vehicle3 we can set the name as Ferrari. So once we make these changes, we should be good from project config perspective. Now let me go to the example2. Here I'm going to remove all these previous example code. I'll only have these 3 lines. So let me remove all the remaining code that we have here. With this code, we should get an exception because for this getBean method, we're only passing the bean data type. So let me try to execute this example2 in debug mode. Like you can see here, we got an exception. Let me expand this console. Here, if you can read this exception is of type no unique bean definition exception. And we also have a message here saying that no qualifying bean of type vehicle available because the Spring IOC container expected single matching bean, but it found 3 beans with the name vehicle1, vehicle2, and vehicle3. So to resolve this exception, like we discussed, we just need to pass the 2 parameters to the getBean method. The very first parameter name is vehicle1, and the second parameter is vehicle.class. With this, we should be good. Let me try to run the example2 again in debug mode. This time, there should not be any exception.
Can we just use is it important to import the entire project every single time? Can't I use the same Maven project? So I don't need to do the same thing again and again. What I can just do is edit it here only, right? I don't need this code here, right? Straight up. You can just edit it here instead directly. So I'll go to this page, get the project conf, not the path, whatever. This is the config class, right? Just copy that, go back and paste that here. Vehicle, an example one, just need to we just need this here, right? And this will throw us the error. And if I run this, it should say no unique bean definition exception. Yeah, and if instead of this we just have the vehicle.class here as well. No, not vehicle.class. Before that, name vehicle1 should work. Why is name not working out? What do you mean by that? Just cannot resolve symbol name. For what reason?
In the target folder, we have all the compiled classes related to example2. So example2. So this is the second time. This is Audi, and some project config we have here. With this code, we should get an exception because for this getBean method, we're only passing the bean data type. So let me try to execute this example2 in debug mode. Like you can see here, we got an exception. Let me expand this console. Here, if you can read this exception is of type no unique bean definition exception. And we also have a message here saying that no qualifying bean of type vehicle available because the Spring IOC container expected single matching bean, but it found 3 beans with the name vehicle1, vehicle2, and vehicle3. So to resolve this exception, like we discussed, we just need to pass the 2 parameters to the getBean method. The very first parameter name is vehicle1, and the second parameter is vehicle.class. With this, we should be good. Let me try to run the example 2
I
again
don't
in
need
debug
to
mode. This
write
time there should not be
shit
any
I'm
exception. So
retarded,
you can see
bro.
we are getting the vehicle name from the Spring context successfully.
I'm genuinely retarded for that one.
The vehicle name is already because
It should run now. Yep.
we're trying to load the bean with the name vehicle1. I hope now you're clear about no unique bean definition exception. This is very fundamental inside the Spring framework, and you may face the same exception in various scenarios while declaring the beans, while doing auto wiring, and there are other approaches also to resolve this ambiguity I'm going to discuss as and when we are progressing inside this course. With that, thank you, and I'll catch you in the next lecture. Bye. Now in this lecture, let's try to understand how to give a custom name to your bean.
I actually have like the PPT that he's using printed out as like a notebook, so it's easier to notate this particular course at least. We can.
We previously discussed whatever is the name of your Java method which you are using along with the @bean annotation, the same name will be used as a bean name inside Spring context. But definitely there might be some scenarios where you don't want to go with the Java method name as a bean name. Instead, you want to have a control or you want to provide a custom or a different name to your bean based upon your requirements. So in those scenarios, it's going to be pretty easy with the help of bean annotation. So like you can see on the left hand side, I'm creating 3 beans of vehicle 1, vehicle 2, and vehicle 3. But this time I don't want to use Java method names as bean names. So what I can do is to the bean annotation, I can pass the value that I want to have as a bean name against the name parameter. Similarly, I can also do with the help of value parameter, and if I'm so lazy, then I don't even have to mention the parameter name like name or value, and directly I can mention what is the bean name that I want. The very first one, which is RD vehicle bean name, I'm using the name parameter against the bean annotation. The next one, I'm using the value parameter, whereas the last one, which is a Ferrari vehicle, I'm not using any parameters. So any of these 3 approaches are perfectly fine when you're using @bean annotation against a Java method that you're trying to use to create the bean. So you can clearly see inside Spring context now, the bean names are maintained just like how I mentioned along with the bean annotation, like Audi vehicle, Honda vehicle, and Ferrari vehicle. On the right hand side, if you can see, I'm trying to fetch the beans by their names and data type. Like this time, I have to give the whatever names that I have provided along with the bean annotation. Definitely when you do that, you will get whatever output you are expecting when you try to print their names by using the bean objects. I hope it is pretty clear. So let's try to make it more clear by taking an example Maven project for this scenario. So to demo you the same, I have an example 3 Maven project that I created just now with all the steps that we discussed previously. So now the change that you can observe under the project config.java is after the bean annotation, I'm using the name parameter, value parameter, and there is also an option where you don't have to mention any parameter and directly mention what is the bean name that you want. So after making this change, I can go to the example 3.java, which is my main class in this Maven project. First, I have to create an object of my Spring IOC container by passing project config.class to the annotation config application context class. So once I created and have the context object available, you can see I'm trying to get the beans from the Spring IOC container context by passing the bean name and data type. So once I have those object beans available, I'm trying to print their names with a system.out.println statements. But please don't get confused. This is the object name that you are maintaining inside your program. So it is a bean from your context, but the name that you're trying to mention here, which is vehicle 1, is something specific to your program. That's why don't get confused with the multiple bean names that we are trying to use here. I intentionally use the different names. That way you are aware of there is no wrong maintaining this change. I can go to
I'll just like first of all copy the code here. Sample 3 main Java beans. This class is the same. Copy it off. Why does it not? Ah. So funny, bro. She using the name function, value, and then Ferrari vehicle directly. Now I need to do this. Oh, my bad, my fault, Cody, my fault. Should always be sample 1. Also, instead of like, let's just rename the thing, bro. Let's just call it example.
The example tree.java, which is my main class in this Maven project. First, I have to create an object of my Spring IOC container by passing project config.class to the annotation config application context class. So once I created and have the context object available, you can see I'm trying to get the beans from the Spring IOC container.
So what is this like annotation config application context thing? I want to learn about this, which he's not told us yet. He just like uses it to initialize a Spring context variable.
The context by passing the bean name and data type. So once I have those object beans available, I'm trying to print their names with a system.out.println statements. But please don't get confused. This is the object name that you are maintaining inside your program. So it is a bean from your context, but the name that you're trying to mention here, which is vehicle 1, is something specific to your program. That's why don't get confused with the multiple bean names that we are trying to use here. I intentionally use the different names. That way you are aware of there is no wrong maintaining different name for your object that you fetch from the Spring context, and it is perfectly fine. So with this, let's try to execute this program. So if I try to execute this program, you can see the output is printed like we are expecting. The very first vehicle is Audi, second vehicle is Honda, third vehicle is Ferrari. So this way, whenever you have a scenario where you want to give a custom bean name for your bean inside Spring IOC container, feel free to use any of this approach, and there are no advantages and disadvantages with any approach. The first two approaches gives you more readability. The third approach is a shortcut where you don't have to maintain much of the syntax, but any of these three approaches are perfectly fine to give a name to your bean with the help of bean annotation. Thank you, and I'll see you in the next lecture. Bye. Welcome back. In the previous lectures, we discussed how to create a bean with the help of bean annotation, when an exception like no unique bean definition exception will come, and what are the different ways of providing a custom bean name for your beans that you are going to add inside Spring IOC container. So now in this lecture, let's try to understand what is the purpose of primary annotation inside Spring Framework. So this is one of the most favorite topic if you attend any of the Spring related interviews. So let's try to spend a few minutes on this. That way we are clear about what is primary annotation, when to use the primary annotation inside Spring Framework. So previously we discussed a scenario when and no unique bean definition exception will come inside your application. So that exception will come in scenarios where there are multiple beans are available inside Spring IOC container context, but while trying to fetch, if you're not passing the bean name as one of the input parameter for the getBean method, then due to ambiguity, Spring IOC container will throw an exception, no unique bean definition exception. But what if you want to, instead of throwing an exception in these kind of scenarios, maybe we want to return a default bean from the Spring context. So in the scenarios where developer is not passing the bean name, so my code should not throw an exception. Instead, it will return a default bean from the Spring context.
It's basically it's basically like the default version of a break statement, right? Like
define a particular bean as
no, it's like default version is that like if like it's not specified, then default version would be thrown out. The primary
the default bean is with the help of primary annotation.
Okay.
So like you can see on the left hand side, so I have created three beans: Audi vehicle, Honda vehicle, and Ferrari vehicle. But on top of Ferrari vehicle, I'm using the @primary annotation. So with this, I'm telling to my Spring IOC container, whenever someone trying to fetch the bean without the bean name and you have an ambiguity, please leverage the Ferrari vehicle as a default bean that you can return to the developer. So this way, you will not get an exception even if you're not passing the bean name to the getBean method. So as you can see, the Spring context right now has three vehicles. One of them marked as primary vehicle, which is Ferrari vehicle. And the fun note, you can ask me why Ferrari as primary, because I like the Ferrari vehicles, though I never got a chance to drive them, but I like Ferrari vehicles a lot. That's why I made it as primary. But if you like any other vehicle, feel free to change that. You don't have to go with my code. You're always free to change the code that I provided to you. So with this primary annotation, definitely your Spring context have a default bean to be considered in the scenarios of ambiguity, and I will not get any exception based upon the code that we have written on the right hand side, and we clearly get the Ferrari as an output in the console. So let's try to execute the same by taking an example. For the same, I have an example 4 Maven project created. So under project config, you can see there is no change compared to example 3 project except the defining of primary annotation on top of vehicle 3, which is of bean name Ferrari vehicle. So with this code, now I'm free to use the getBean method with the data type of the bean itself. So I don't even have to pass the bean name. Now my Spring IOC container is smart enough to identify what is the default bean and return that bean to the user. So if I try to execute this program, you will get Ferrari as an output in the console. You can see here, I got the Ferrari as an output. But you may ask me a question, what if I try to put primary annotation on multiple beans? Definitely, it's again an ambiguity to the IOC container. You will get a different exception. Let's try to understand that what exception we get. So I'm just keeping other primary on different vehicle also. So now, if I try to execute this program, definitely I should not get an successful output. Instead, I will get an exception from the Spring IOC container. You can see here, now I got the no unique bean definition exception, but this time the exception details are pretty clear based upon the scenario right now I'm into. So it is saying no qualifying bean of type vehicle available, more than one primary bean found among 3.
Talking about this should work out, right? I just need to rename the fucking class, bro. Bro, let's just delete this class. Oh wait, I was not like doing it well, I think. Should just work now. Yeah, even though we hadn't have like your name and value there, but it would just take a primary, because when you have multiple beans of the same kind inside the Spring context, You can make one of the primary primary bean is the one which will be used for the multiple function. You don't specify a name. In other words, it is the default bean that string context will in case of confusion. Yeah, that's understandable. Pretty understandable, boys.
Candidates, Audi vehicle and Honda vehicle and Ferrari vehicle. So this way, I created an ambiguity to my IOC container. And since I'm trying to fetch the bean with the help of only bean data type, definitely my Spring IOC container has an ambiguity and it will throw an exception. This is very similar to any of the real-time scenario, right? Suppose if you have 3 vehicles in your parking lot, and if you tell to someone, bring my vehicle, then definitely if there are 3 vehicles, they will have an ambiguity. They will immediately ask a question, which vehicle you're talking about? Is it Honda? Is it Audi or Ferrari? So Spring IOC container also will work in pretty similar manner. Whenever it has an ambiguity, it's our responsibility to clear that ambiguity by using the primary annotation for one of the bean or by calling the get bean method along with the bean name that you want to fetch. I hope this is clear to you. Please play with the code. That way you will get more details about primary annotation. For now, I'm reverting the annotation around second vehicle that we have. So with this, we should be good. Thank you, and I'll see you in the next lecture. Bye. Now in this lecture, let's try to understand how to create beans inside Spring Framework with the help of @component annotation. So previously we discussed on how to create beans with the help of @bean annotation, which we can mention on top of a Java method. Like I was mentioning previously, there are multiple ways on how we can create beans. So using @component is one of the simplest approach which majority of the developers uses in their projects. So let's try to understand how to create beans with the help of @component annotation and how it is different from @bean annotation that we discussed previously. Like we discussed, using @bean, you have to write a lot of code. Like
Bit of component annotation. I also need to keep on updating that, bro. It's Spring yesterday as well and today as well. So 19th and 20th, I assume. Spring का 1 कर दिया मैंने. If I have any time after finishing the second one today, I'll try to do a bit of core Java.
you have to create a Java method. On top of it, we need to annotate with @bean annotation. And inside this Java method, you need to create an object by yourself and initialize it with whatever values that you want inside it. And the return object from that method will act as a bean inside Spring IOC container context. But many a times, we may have hundreds and thousands of classes inside our web applications, and we don't want to write these methods and on top of that bean annotation. So it's a very cumbersome process, or it is somewhat lengthy process. So to make developers' life even more easy, we can use @component. So how to create a bean with the help of @component is you can mention this annotation on top of your Java Pojo class. With that, you don't have to write any other code related to object creation. So @component is one of the stereotype annotations available inside Spring Framework. So we will use this @component on top of the Java classes where they will be used for generic purpose. But if you have a scenarios where you want to create a bean which is related to database operations, we have @repository annotation. Similarly, if you want to create something inside your service layer, we have @service annotation, and something that we want to create inside controller layer, we also have @controller annotation. So this way, we have multiple stereotype annotations. So don't worry, we'll be discussing them in the next lecture about in detail. But for now, have an understanding that @component is a generic stereotype annotation that we can use on top of any Pojo Java class, which will make that Pojo Java class as a Spring bean, because Spring IOC container during startup, whenever it sees its annotation, it will create object by itself rather than looking for a code where we create it with a new operator. Along mentioning the @component on top of your Pojo Java class, we need to create one more small configuration change on top of your project config class. Since your Spring IOC container can't go and scan all of your packages and thousands of classes available inside your web application, to make Spring IOC container performance better, so Spring team decided that it's the responsibility of the developer to tell to the Spring IOC container or Spring framework where it has to go and scan. So how to mention that? With the help of @component scan. So with the help of @component scan, which we are mentioning on top of the configuration class, we are instructing Spring, go ahead and look for the Java classes which are annotated with the stereotype annotations like @component, and based upon that, please go ahead and create the Spring beans. So this way, if there are 100 packages inside your Java web application, you don't have to go and scan all the packages and Java classes available inside your web application, which will hurt your Spring IOC container performance to a great extent. That's why, apart from using @component, we should also make sure we are communicating that to Spring framework with the help of @component scan. Like you can see on the left-hand side, on top of the vehicle Pojo class, we have mentioned @component annotation. Similarly, on top of project config Java class, which will act as a configuration class inside our application, we need to mention @component scan with a parameter value base packages is equal to what is the package name where this vehicle Pojo class is available. So once we make these changes, definitely the vehicle object that will get created by the Spring container will be available inside Spring context. And whenever you try to get that bean with the help of vehicle.class, you will get that that bean. And once we have that bean, definitely you can invoke the methods present inside it, or we can try to access the variables inside that object. But the caveat here that you need to understand here is with the component annotation, developer does not have any control. It's a Spring framework that can do the object creation. So due to that, I can't assign a name to this vehicle because I don't have any control on it. But there are other ways how to achieve that we'll be discussing in the coming lectures. For now, have an understanding that with the component, we can easily create Spring beans also without need of writing a lot of code like we did inside bean annotation. Now let's try to go and explore an example to clear our understanding even better. For the same, I have created an example 5 Maven project inside which I have created the vehicle Pojo class, project config, example 5 main class, which are the important Java classes present inside this Java project. So if you look at the vehicle.java, this is the package where this Pojo class is available. And on top of this, we have mentioned component, which is an indication to the Spring framework that this Pojo class has to be converted as a Spring bean. Post that,
Okay, so this
along with the name variable and its getter and setter methods, I have also created a simple method which is print hello, which will print a message that we have mentioned under system.out.println. So the
so it's basically
important change that we have done here is mentioning component on top of the vehicle Pojo class. Next, we have to go to the project config class. Here, we need to make sure to use this component scan along with the base packages. Under base packages, we need to mention what is the package name where my vehicle.java present. So that's why I use the same package name, which is com.example.beans. With that, my Spring framework should be knowing where to go. Go and scan for the components. That way, it can go and create the beans based upon the Java Pojo classes. Now, if you go and look at the example 5.java, which is the main class inside this Maven project, I'm trying to pass the project config.class to the annotation config application context class, which will give me an object of Spring IOC container context. And from the context, I can call get bean with the bean data type name, which is vehicle.class. Since there is only one bean of type vehicle.class, I should be good with only passing the class data type here, which is vehicle.class. With that, if I try to print the name, which is present inside name variable of vehicle bean, I will be getting null because as a developer, I don't have any control while creating the object. It's a Spring IOC container which is creating during the runtime. So it will just print the null value. But if I try to invoke the print hello method, which is available inside vehicle class, the statement that we have mentioned here will be printed on the console. So let's try to execute this class and see whether we are getting the proper output that we are expecting. So I'm just running this example 5 class. You can see here on the console, the very first statement indicating that there is no value against the name variable inside vehicle bean object. But when I try to invoke the method present inside it, it is printing the same value that I have mentioned inside this method under vehicle.java class. This way, we can also easily create beans for a particular Java class by just mentioning component or any other stereotype annotations available inside Spring. Hope this is very clear to you. Thank you, and I'll see you in the next lecture. Bye. In the previous lecture,
okay. Component is one of the most common used stereotype annotation but developer uses it and easily created out of into a string context. Writing this code compared to bean option. With stereotype annotations, we need to add the annotation about the class for which we need to have an instance in the Spring context. Using components and annotation over the configuration class, we need to find the classes you marked with stereotype annotations. Okay.
we saw that how to create beans inside Spring Framework with the help of component annotation. In the same discussion, I also told you that component is one of the stereotype annotation that Spring provides. So stereotypes annotations are the special annotations that are available inside Spring Framework, which will help us to create the Spring beans automatically inside the application context without the need of writing a lot of code like we did with the bean annotation. So when you are using these stereotype annotations, definitely you just have to keep the annotation that you want, whether it is component or any other stereotype annotation on top of the Java class that you are trying to create Spring Bean. Other than that, you don't have to write any other logic of code inside your Java class to create a Spring Bean. The Spring Framework will take care of creating the bean automatically for you. And very similar to component stereotype annotation, Spring Framework also have 3 other stereotype annotations, which are service, repository, and controller. So these stereotype annotations, apart from the component annotation, will improve the readability of your application code. We will use component stereotype annotation in the scenarios where your particular Java class is trying to act as a general Java class, which means it doesn't have any significance. It is just a utility class or any other generic class which your entire application will use. So in those scenarios, we can keep component. But if you have a scenario where your Java class is going to have a lot of business logic and this Java class present inside the service layer of your application, then to indicate that to everyone, this is a service class, we can annotate the Java class with the help of service annotation. So inside the service Java class, we may have a lot of business logic, or we might be making API calls to the other applications, or we might be making external API calls to the other applications outside your system. So in all those scenarios, we can use @service stereotype annotation. Now, coming to @repository annotation, suppose if your Java class has a lot of code related to database operations, like retrieving the data from the database, updating the data into the database, or inserting records into the database, in those scenarios, we can keep @repository on top of a particular Java class. Many of the applications, they have DAO classes, data access objects inside projects. So we can simply have a thumb rule, any DAO class that we have inside your web application, on top of that, you can keep @repository. And at last, we also have @controller stereotype annotation. This can be put on top of the classes, which will be present on the controller layer of an MVC application. Like we know, MVC means model view controller. So whenever a particular class is present inside the controller layer of your MVC architecture, definitely in those scenarios, we can keep @controller on top of a particular Java class. I hope you're getting a sense of all these special annotations that we have. Based upon the scenario that we are into, we can use service, repository, or controller annotation. And if your Java class is something too generic to indicate neither of these three special annotations that you see in the bottom of the page, then definitely feel free to take the parent or the generic component, which is @component. And of course, you can have each and every class with @component itself inside your application. So there is no mandate that you need to have @service, @repository, @controller. It's just that it will improve the readability of your application, and all these special annotations like @service, @repository, and @controller are extended from the @component annotation itself. So let's try to validate that by looking at the code present inside these annotations. If you see, this is the component.java, which is available inside Spring Context API library, and this is an interface. And now if you go and look at other annotation classes that we have, controller, service, and repository.java, you can see all these annotations, they are annotated with @component, which means they are adopting the similar functionality of component annotation. The same you can see in the service annotation. The same apply for repository annotation also. So with this, I'm assuming it is super clear for you. So stereotype annotations are the special annotations available inside Spring Framework, which will help you to create beans from the Java classes that you have inside your web applications. And this is a very favorite topic if you're attending any interview. So having a knowledge on these annotations is very important. That's why please make a note of it. And we will be using them a lot in the coming lectures while we're doing many other examples.
Does that guy cover all these annotations as well? Because yeah, if I'm making notes, I would like to make notes on these.
That way, you will also have more practical exposure in which scenarios that we have to use these annotations like we discussed in this lecture. Thank you, and I'll see you in the next lecture. Bye. We have seen both ways of creating beans inside Spring Framework, one with the help of @bean annotation, and the other approach is with the help of component annotation. So in this lecture, let's try to understand difference between them. What are the advantages and disadvantages with both of them? That way, you can choose between them based upon the scenario that you are into inside your real-time projects. The very first difference between them is using @bean, you can create any number of bean instances. Like if you can recall our discussion on the bean annotation, we have created more than one vehicle bean by just having multiple Java methods with the @bean annotation. Whereas with component, you will only get one bean object of a specific class for your entire web application. So based upon the scenario that you are into, you have to choose between these two annotations. If you are into a scenario where you need to create multiple beans of the same data type, then definitely going with @bean is a correct decision. Whereas there might be some instances where you don't want to create the same bean multiple times, and a single bean for your entire web application is good enough. Like you may have a class which has all the methods available inside it, and if you want to use that class throughout your application and try to execute any of the methods that are present inside it, then definitely in those scenarios you can choose component. And the next difference is with the help of @bean annotation, you can create a bean object of any data type class. It can be a class which is developed by you, or it can be a class present inside a library. Like we created a bean of string class, a bean of integer class, which I have not written. Those are available inside Java library. Because inside a Java method, we can create the object by ourselves with the help of new operator, and that is giving a flexibility to us to create and convert any Java object class into a bean, whether it is created by yourself or it is present inside a library. Coming to component, you can only create a bean for the classes that you have built on your own. The reason is you can't go and mention @component annotation or any other stereotype annotation by going inside the libraries or .class files available inside the third-party JAS. As a developer, I can only add code inside my own project-related Java classes. So due to that reason, with the help of @component, we can only create bean object instances for the application classes that are defined by yourself only. And the third difference is obviously with the @bean annotation, you need to write more code. Like you need to write a separate Java method. Inside that, you need to create an object of a specific data type using new operator. You can write some initializing code, initializing the variables inside it, then returning that object. So all this code will take some good amount of time and memory inside your application. Whereas coming to @component, you don't have to write much code. You just simply go ahead and mention @component annotation or any other stereotype annotation on top of any custom Java class that you have written. And the fourth difference that we have is inside the @bean approach, the developer has full control because the developer himself is creating an object inside a Java method. So once he creates an object, he can initialize variables inside it. That's why we're able to see some vehicle names when we use @bean, but not when we are using @component. Because inside @component, developer not have any control. It is a Spring framework that creates a bean during the startup of the application. And the last difference, which is very similar to the fourth difference, is inside @bean, Spring framework creates a bean based upon the instructions provided by developer or values provided by the developer inside a Java method. Whereas inside @component, it is a Spring framework that takes full charge of creating a bean for a particular Java class. So both of them has their own pros and cons, but I do see majority of the developers, they use @component because the scenarios where you want to create an object by yourself and initialize the parameters is very rare. That's why majority of the time, developers simply create a Java class and on top of that, they'll put some stereotype annotation like @component, @service, or @repository, whatever makes sense to them. With this, I'm assuming you're super clear about what is the difference between @bean annotation and @component annotation. So based upon the scenario that you are into, please choose the correct approach which will work for your application. Thank you, and I'll see you in the next lecture. Bye. In the previous lecture, we have created beans with the help of @component annotation, but we realized that it has a drawback that where you can't have a control once the bean is created, like initializing the variables inside it or any other logic that you want to write once the bean is created. So that kind of control is missing inside the @component annotation approach. So now in this lecture, let's try to understand how to fix that problem with the help of @post construct annotation. Like in the scenarios where you are using any kind of stereotype annotations, we can take the help of @post construct annotation to define our own custom logic once the bean is created. Like the annotation name itself, which is @post construct, it is pretty much self-explanatory. It is mentioning that once the construction of the bean is created, it will execute the code that you have mentioned inside a Java method. So as a developer, what we have to do is we have to create a Java method in the same class where you are using stereotype annotation. Inside that Java method, you can write all the logic that you want to execute once the bean of the specific Java class is created. On top of the same Java method, you need to make sure you are mentioning the annotation @post construct. So once you make these changes, what Spring IOC container will do is once it created a bean for the given Java class based upon your stereotype annotation configurations, it will execute the method that you have mentioned with an annotation @post construct. Like you can see here on the left-hand side, I have used @component on top of the vehicle class, and also I created a method called initialize with an annotation @post construct. Inside this method, I'm trying to set a value to the name variable inside bean that got created. So how I can do that? With the help of this operator. So when I say this, Spring IOC container will treat the bean that it just created. So inside that bean, it will assign a value called Honda for the name variable. So with this post construct annotation, definitely now your Spring context has a bean of vehicle class, and at the same time, it also has a name variable inside it. And this is very similar to how we have achieved inside the @bean annotation. Now you can see on the right hand side, the name of the vehicle will be printed in the very first statement instead of null, like we discussed previously. And at the same time, when you try to invoke print hello method, it will also execute and print the statement that we have mentioned inside that method. Now let's try to understand this example by taking a Maven project. For the same, I have created example 6 Maven project, and inside this, if you go and open the vehicle.java, you can see I have created an initialize Java method, and inside this, I mentioned the code this dot name is equal to Honda, which will assign a value to the name variable present inside my vehicle bean that got created by the Spring IOC container based upon @component annotation that I have mentioned. So here I just mentioned a single line of code, but it's up to you. You can write any kind of business logic or any kind of initialization code based upon your project requirements. So once I have mentioned this, if I try to execute the example 6, which is the main Java class present inside this project, this time instead of null, I should get Honda as a vehicle name from the Spring context. So let me try to execute this program by right-clicking and selecting run example 6.main method. You can see here now the name of the vehicle, which is Honda, is printed in the very statement, and the second, at the same time, when you You can see I have created variable present in business logic or example 6, which is the main string context. You can see here now method that we defined inside the vehicle bean, the same statement that what so. One last important point that you need to be aware is this @post construct annotation is inspired from the Java Enterprise Edition. Like I was mentioning in the starting of the lectures, Spring is an extension of the Java Enterprise Edition. So some places it uses exactly the same concept, same annotations inside the Spring framework wherever they are meeting their expectations. That's why Spring is even very much open. There's no like tough competition between Spring and Java Enterprise Edition. Spring always borrow the concept from Java Enterprise Edition if they feel some concept is very good or some annotation is very good and which will make developers' life easy. So just to make a note that post to construct is an annotation which will help you to initialize the code that you want after being is created by your Spring IOC container. And this annotation is inspired and borrowed from the Java Enterprise Edition library. So with this, I'm assuming you're super clear about when to use the post to construct annotation inside your projects.
I think I need to also copy the POM. Yeah, he just has like this one dependency. It's extra. The problem here. Yeah, basically this. And if I go back to my vehicle page now, it should be fine. Because we said this dot name equals to Honda, and then get name returns the name. But when post construct and pre-destroy were used in this one exactly like the same. God the hell, bro. Why did he use the same?
There's no mandatory that you have to use @post construct only in the scenario of stereotype annotations. Even in the scenarios where you are trying to use another flavor of bean creation, like with the help of @bean or any other flavor that we are going to discuss in the coming lectures, in all those places, you are free to use the post construct annotation. Thank you, and I'll see you in the next lecture. Bye. In the previous lecture, we have discussed about the annotation @post to construct, and we saw that using @post to construct, we can execute some business logic once the bean is created by the Spring IOC container, and that will be a great help to the developers, especially in the scenarios where you are using stereotype annotations and where we don't have control like we have in the scenarios of @bean annotation. Very opposite to that behavior, we also have @pre-destroy annotation. Sometimes we may have some business logic that needs to be executed just before Spring IOC container trying to clear and destroy the Spring context, which means while destroying all the beans, which usually happens during the shutdown of the application or during the destroying of the context programmatically. In those scenarios, we can use @pre-destroy annotation to execute the business logic that we want just before the Spring IOC container trying to destroy a particular bean. Especially this can be used in the scenarios where you want to close any resources, particularly IO resources like files or database connections. So in those scenarios, we can use @pre-destroy annotation. And just like how Spring borrows @post construct annotation from the Java Enterprise Edition, even @pre-destroy annotation also is derived from the Java Enterprise Edition. And again, compared to @post construct, the usage of @pre-destroy is very rare because most of the time Spring framework itself take care of closing all the database connections, IO resources. But if you have any rare scenario which Spring framework is not handled, then definitely using @pre-destroy, you can write your own business logic. Like you can see on the left hand side, inside the vehicle Java class, where we are trying to create a bean with the help of component, we can create a method, and on top of that method, we can use @pre-destroy annotation. And once you did these configurations, whatever logic or whatever code that you write inside this destroy method will be executed by the Spring framework or Spring IOC container just before destroying the vehicle bean inside Spring context. And to show you how that works, what I have done is inside the main class, I'm calling the close method against the context object available. So when you write that code, definitely Spring IOC container will try to destroy all its context and its beans, and we can see our method which is destroy and its code will be executed, and the statement like destroying vehicle bean will be printed on the console. So let's try to understand this even more better by taking an example. So what I have done is in the same example 6 Maven project, which we discussed during the @post to construct, I have made some changes related to @pre-destroy also. So if you look at the vehicle Java class, which we are trying to create a bean with the help of component, we have @post construct which we created earlier. Now very similarly, we have a new method called destroy, and the method name can be anything. There's no mandate that you have to use destroy method name only. The name can be anything, even the same applicable for post construct also. So once you created a method, you can write whatever logic that the Spring IOC container has to execute just before destroying the bean. And once you wrote this method, we need to make sure that it is annotated with @pre-destroy annotation. So once we make these changes, you can look at the main class, which is example6.java. I added a new line, context.close. So close is a method available available under context, which will close all application context, destroy all the beans present inside the bean factory of Spring IOC container. So this will initiate the closing and destroying of all the beans programmatically. And now if I try to execute this program, you can see the logic present inside the destroy method will be executed, and the output we can see on the console also. Let me try to execute this program. We can see here on the console, we have a new statement now printed, which is destroying vehicle bean. So this way we can execute any logic that we want just before destroying the bean. Also that way we are making sure all the cleaning that we want to do, like database connections or any resources that are still open, can be closed, which is a best practice inside web applications. I hope now you have a clarity about in which scenarios we have to use post to construct annotation and in which scenarios we have to use pre-destroy annotation. Thank you, and I'll see you in the next lecture. Bye. Sometimes we want to create the beans based upon certain conditions. Like if a condition met, then we want to create a bean of a specific class. If not, we want to create a bean of another class. So this kind of conditional control, if you want, we can also create the beans inside Spring Framework programmatically with the method register bean that is available inside application context implementation class. This is the method that is introduced from the Spring 5 version, which is released in 2017 year. And this will allow programmers to create beans based upon their conditions programmatically, like how we write our business logic based upon if conditions inside our programs. So this is very similar to that. Like you can see, we need to call this method from the application context implementation class object, and the method name is register bean. The method name is pretty self-explanatory here. And we should pass 3 parameters. The very first parameter that we need to pass is what is the name that you want to give to your bean that you're trying to register with the Spring context. And the second parameter is what is the data type of your bean. So here in this scenario, my data type of my bean is vehicle. That's why I'm giving vehicle.class. And the very first parameter which I have defined Volkswagen, that is the bean name that I want to maintain inside my Spring IOC container context. And the last parameter that we need to provide is supplier function that is available inside Java. So supplier is a functional interface which does not accept any input parameter, but it will return you something in the return. So supplier is introduced in Java 8 version as part of Lambda expressions. I'll provide more details when we're discussing an example around this in few minutes. For upon certain conditions. Sometimes we want to create the beans based upon certain conditions. Like if a condition met, then we want to create a bean of a specific class. If not, we want to create a bean of another class. So this kind of conditional control, if you want, we can also create the beans inside Spring Framework programmatically with the method register bean that is available inside application context implementation class. This is the method that is introduced from the Spring 5 version, which is released in 2017 year. And this will allow programmers to create beans based upon their conditions programmatically, like how we write our business logic based upon if conditions inside our programs. So this is very similar to that. Like you can see, we need to call this method from the application context implementation class object, and the method name is register bean. The method name is pretty self-explanatory here. And we should pass 3 parameters. The very first parameter that we need to pass is what is the name that you want to give to your bean that you're trying to register with the Spring context. And the second parameter is what is the data type of your bean. So here in this scenario, my data type of my bean is vehicle. That's why I'm giving vehicle.class. And the very first parameter which I have defined Volkswagen, that is the bean name that I want to maintain inside my Spring IOC container context. And the last parameter that we need to provide is supplier function that is available inside Java. So supplier is a functional interface which does not accept any input parameter, but it will return you something in the return. So supplier is introduced in Java 8 version as part of Lambda expressions. I'll provide more details when we're discussing an example around this in few minutes. For now, please have an understanding that we should definitely pass at least 3 parameters for register bean method. And again, there are many method overloaded implementations of register bean, but whatever you're seeing here, this is a very basic version that we need to follow. And if you're not aware about what is supplier interface, what are Lambda expressions in Java 8, I do have a course focusing on Java 7 and Java 8 features. Please do consider that. That way you can learn, which will help you Lambda expression and functional style of writing programs inside Java very easily. Like you can see here, I have a condition. Whenever a given input, which is of random number, is an even number, I want to register a bean of type Volkswagen. And if the number is an odd number, then definitely I want to register a bean Audi vehicle class. So based upon the condition that is being happening at the runtime dynamically, a correspondent bean will be created inside the Spring IOC container. So let's try to understand this in detail by taking an example. Like you can see here, example 7 is a sample implementation of this example, which is related to creating the bean programmatically with the help of register bean method. The very first change that I have done is on top of vehicle.java, I have removed @component annotation, which means Spring by default will not create any bean related to vehicle class. And inside project config, I have not removed this intentionally because though we have mentioned inside component scan, my Spring IOC container will go ahead and scan all the packages, all the classes available inside this package. While scanning vehicle.java, since it is not seeing any stereotype annotation like @component, it will not create any bean for that. But regardless whether you mention component scan or not in this scenario, no bean of vehicle.java will be created by Spring IOC container. Now coming to example 7, which is the main class present inside this project, you can see very first line I have created the Spring IOC container context object with the help of annotation config application context class. Here I'm preparing 2 supplier functional Lambda implementations. One is Volkswagen supplier and other one is Audi supplier. The format of the supplier Lambda expression is, since it is not going to accept any input parameters, like the name says, the supplier interface will only supply an output to you by not taking any input. That's why you can see the input parameters are empty for this Lambda expression, and post that But regardless whether you mention component scan or not in this scenario, no bean or vehicle.java will be created by Spring IOC container. Now coming to example 7, which is the main class present inside this project, you can see very first line I have created the Spring IOC container context object with the help of annotation config application context class. Here I'm preparing two supplier functional lambda implementations. One is Volkswagen supplier and other one is Audi supplier. The format of the supplier lambda expression is, since it is not going to accept any input parameters, like the name says, the supplier interface will only supply an output to you by not taking any input. So that's why you can see the input parameters are empty for this lambda expression. And post that, we need to mention this arrow symbol which indicates this is a lambda expression to the Java compiler. And here I'm just returning the Volkswagen object that I have created above. Like first I created an object, I set a name inside that. I just mentioned that, and since this is a single line present inside my method body, I don't have to mention any return value, and at the same time I don't even have to mention any curly braces. So this is the shortest form of lambda expression that you can write. Now coming to Audi supplier, I showed you the different flavor of lambda expression here. So if you see inside this lambda expression, I'm creating the Audi vehicle inside the lambda expression itself, and since my number of lines inside this lambda expression are more than one, I need to maintain the curly braces, and at the same time I need to make sure to mention return keyword while returning the object that got created. So both these two suppliers will create a Volkswagen object and an Audi object with the names mentioned inside them. The next line of code is I'm trying to create a random number from 0 to 10 based upon these two lines that I have mentioned here, and I'm printing the random number. And if the random number is an even number, I'm trying to register the bean Volkswagen. If not, I will try to register the bean Audi. You can see here, I'm passing the bean name, what is the class data type, and what is the supplier lambda expression. Like this is the Volkswagen supplier, and similarly, we are passing Audi supplier while registering Audi related bean. And to make sure which bean is registered at runtime, I will try to fetch the bean from the context by calling the getBean method. So when I try to fetch the getBean method, definitely there will be a scenario where only one bean will be present. Like in the scenario that we have discussed, either Volkswagen will be created or Audi bean will be created. There won't be a scenario where both of them will be created. So what I have done is, whenever we try to get a bean, if that bean is not present inside the context with a particular bean name, then definitely you will get a no such bean definition exception. So this is one of the important exception. Please be aware, like it is pretty common inside Spring Framework. You will get no such bean definition exception in the scenarios when a particular bean with a given configurations is not available, then you'll get this exception. And since in this scenario it is perfectly fine, what I'm doing is I'm just catching that exception and printing a statement inside the catch block. And similarly for Audi vehicle, in the scenario of an even number where my Audi vehicle bean will not be present, I'll get a no such bean definition exception here. Once I get a bean, whether it can be a Volkswagen or Audi vehicle, I'm trying to do a null check for them and display the vehicle name present inside this. So this way we can validate which bean is registered at the runtime by looking at the details. So let me try to execute this program. Like you can see, the random number that is generated is 9. Since 9 is an odd number, definitely Audi vehicle will be registered. And that's why while we're trying to fetch a bean of Volkswagen, we got an exception. And since we catch that and printing a message in the catch block, the same is displayed here. And since Volkswagen vehicle is null, definitely my else block will get executed. So let me try to execute one more time to make sure we are getting even scenario also. I got one more time odd number. Let me try one more time. Again, odd number. Seems to be a bad day for me. Yeah. So this time you see I got a even number. That's why we got an error while creating an Audi vehicle. And the statement we successfully printed is from the Volkswagen vehicle. With this, I'm assuming you're super clear how to create a bean programmatically based upon whatever requirement that you have. It can be a conditional logic or it can be based upon the business logic that you have. In any kind of these scenarios, you can always leverage register bean to register a bean programmatically inside Spring IOC container. But please make sure this method is introduced only from the Spring 5th version, but not the older versions. So try to check what version you are using inside your project. If it is Spring 5 or above, definitely you are free to use this method. Thank you, and I'll see you in the next lecture. Bye. We have been discussing configurations and creating of beans inside Spring IOC container context with the help of annotations, but we can also do the same with the help of XML configurations also. Back in the initial versions of Spring, like in the very first version, and second version, everyone used to do XML-based configurations, but over the period of time, in the later versions of Spring Framework, Spring team introduces annotation style of configurations. And right now, everyone is using annotations, and there won't be a scenario where you have to use XML configurations. The reason is XML configurations are complicated in nature for two reasons. You have to remember all those XML syntaxes. At the same time, you need to maintain these XML configurations in a separate XML file. Whereas with annotations, every configuration you can do inside the same class or same Pojo class that you want to create a bean. So this gives a comfort to the developer that he don't have to maintain another file or he don't have to refer another file to understand the configurations or to make the configurations. But let's try to spend few minutes on how to do XML-based configurations, like in the scenarios where we want to create a bean inside Spring IOC container context. And XML style of configurations knowledge will be helpful, especially if you ever have to work on a project which are still using the early versions of Spring. But again, the scenario will be very remote or very rare, but there will be scenario where you may want to migrate a application which is based upon older versions of Spring to the latest versions of the Spring. In those scenarios, definitely having a knowledge on how the configurations with the help of XMLs can be done will be useful for you. Like you can see here on the left-hand side, I have mentioned the syntax that you need to follow in order to create a bean. So your XML open tag and closing tag should be with the value bean. And against the bean XML tag, you can can mention the ID, which will act as an unique identifier for your bean that you're trying to create. And post that, you need to tell for which class you are trying to create a bean. So inside class parameter, you need to give the complete path of your Pojo class, which is vehicle here. And we can also initialize the variables inside that vehicle Pojo class or any bean with the help of property tag. You can see, since we have a variable of value name, we want to set a value inside it. We are using property name is equal to name and value is equal to Honda. So with this configuration, my Spring context will have details about the bean of vehicle with the value Honda inside it. And if I try to get the bean of Honda vehicle from the context, definitely we can use the same approach like get bean method. Once we have the bean in our hand, we can print the value by calling vehicle.getName method. But the only difference here is instead of using annotation config application context class, we should create an object of class path XML application context because we are following XML style of configuration and that XML is present inside class path location. Let's try to understand this more by taking an example. As you can see here, there is an example 8 Maven project is created to understand this XML style of configurations. The very first one that I want to show is vehicle.java. So vehicle.java, it's a pretty simple Pojo class. There is no annotation here. Now we need to create beans.xml under the folder resources. Like I previously mentioned, the Maven structure will be created such a way that under Java, you can create all your Java classes and write your business logic inside them. But whenever you have configurations or some property files, then definitely you need to maintain under resources folder. So that's why I created a beans.xml inside resources folder. And this name can be anything. So for now, to make it more reasonable, I put the name as beans.xml. If you look here, this is the same configurations that we discussed just a few minutes back. First, we need to start with the bean open tag and closing tag. Under bean open tag, we need to mention what is the ID of the bean, what is the class name. But if you want to mention any other values like name is available, we can mention a name. And at the same time, if you want to make this bean as a primary bean, definitely there is a primary option. Similarly, there are many options available inside XML configurations also. Like you can mention destroy method, which needs to be executed whenever the bean is being destroyed. This is very equivalent to pre-destroy annotation that we discussed. And for post to construct annotation, we also have very equivalent configuration, which is init method. So this way, we can create any number of beans with the XML style of configuration. Once you mention all your beans and their configurations, dependencies, properties inside this XML, we can leverage the same while creating a Spring IOC container context with the help of class path XML application context class. So this time we need to use class path XML application context. The reason is we are using XML configuration and the XML is present inside class path location. Previously, since we are using annotation config, we have used annotation config application context. So application context is an interface and there are many implementations of it inside Spring Framework. So based upon the scenario that you are into, you can leverage the corresponding implementation of application context. So here you can see for this, I'm passing the XML name where the beans configurations are done. So the XML name is beans.xml and I don't have to give any path location. The reason is my beans.xml is present inside my class path location only. Once the context object is created, everything else is same like annotation configurations. We can get the bean by calling the get bean method. And once we have the bean object, we can print that name by invoking the method get name against the given bean. So let me try to execute this program. I should get Honda as an value in the output. You can see here, I got Honda as an output in the console. So this way, we can also create XML style of configurations inside your projects. But my recommendation is never ever do that. Instead, follow the annotation configurations. That will make your life easy. And that is the recommended approach if you are using the latest versions of Spring Framework. But for some reason, if you have a scenario where you have initial versions of Spring like 1 and 2, then definitely there is no annotation support. We have to use XML style of configurations. Thank you. And I'll see you in the next lecture. Bye. Now, in this lecture, let's try to understand what is the importance of frameworks inside the building of web applications, especially by using programming languages like Java. As a developer, you may have a doubt why I should care about frameworks. Can't I build web applications by using Java programming language alone? So to answer your questions and to provide more details, why we should care about a framework, why we should learn frameworks, let's try to spend a few minutes in this lecture. To explain you about the importance of the frameworks, you can imagine Iceberg as an example. As you can see, these are the icebergs. As an end user who is using your web application, an end user can see your UI, what are the HTML buttons that you use, dropdowns that you use. So all those UI elements that user can see and use them. Along with that, he can also see or understand your business logic, like when he click on a button, what action is being performed, he can get a sense of it. And at the same time, he can also see and understand how responsive your web applications. So these are the most 3 important elements that user can see while using your web applications. But what user can't understand or what he can't see is the supporting components that your web applications has behind the scenes. And these supporting components includes your sessions and caching mechanism. Of course, many of the enterprise web applications, they have to rely on the sessions and caching. That way, your web applications will work fastly and the load on the database will be very less. But as an end user, I don't care about like how you are fetching the results from the backend and showing to me on the UI. That's why the end user can't see the importance of supporting components like sessions and caching. Similarly, you may have to handle the transactions management, like you have to commit your transactions, you have to roll back your transactions to handle the exception scenarios. And in the similar lines, if you are building an enterprise web applications, definitely one of the basic requirement is to consider the security. You don't want your web applications to be used by anyone. You need some authentication and authorization mechanism implemented inside your web application. We may also have batch processing as a requirement inside your web applications where you want to process bulk of the records by using batch mechanism. And similarly, you may also have data transfer requirements. Like when a user is submitting his data, you may want to transfer that information to some other application or system. So that data transfer also might be happening behind the scenes. Along with these important supporting components, we should also care about logging and DB persistence. Definitely, if you want to debug in the scenarios of any exceptions being thrown by your application or any complaints being received by the end user, logging is a mechanism which will help your dev team to debug what is the issue and fix them. And of course, definitely we need to take care of DB persistence where you want to store the data that is being entered by the end user. That way, you can fetch the data whenever user want to see on the UI page. As you can see, what user can see on your web application is only UI UX, your business logic and responsive of your web application. Whereas there are many other supporting components that will play behind the scene to make your application work properly. But as a developer, if I start focusing on building all the supporting components, it will take years and years to build a small web application. So to avoid such scenarios, we have frameworks where they they will provide all the supporting components. Like you want to implement caching or security or DB persistent logging. The scenario can be anything. You can leverage these frameworks and they will provide all the common supporting components to the developers. And it's the duty of the developer to understand that framework and to configure that framework inside your web application. That way you can strictly focus on business logic, which is very specific to your web application. This is very similar to a restaurant. Like if you go to a restaurant, you will order a pizza and a serving person will bring your pizza. So you can only see that a serving person taking order from you and bringing the pizza to your table. But behind the scenes, what is happening in the kitchen, you never know. What is the efforts that is being put by the chef to prepare the pizza? What are the quantity of the ingredients that he is using behind the scenes? We will never know. Web application development also is very similar. So that's why we should always learn frameworks which will make our life easy in building web applications with a very less efforts by focusing on the business logic. Just like how Java has Spring framework as a supportive to build web applications, Python also has Django, JavaScript has frameworks like Angular, React.js. That way, every programming language has their own supporting frameworks built over the time and the developers are using them, which will make their life easy. To clear our understanding even more better, let's try to take a real life example. As you can see, I have two chefs, one with the name Vicky and the other chef name is Sanjeev. Vicky is a chef who prepares the pizza, and to prepare pizzas, he will buy the best ingredients available in the market like cheese, pizza dough, or any other ingredients that he need for his pizza. He will buy from the market and he will make sure these ingredients are coming from the best place from the market. Whereas Sanjeev chef, he will try to prepare all the ingredients that he need like cheese, pizza dough by himself because he don't like to use any other products. He always like to build something on his own from scratch. So with these two chefs that we have, Vicky and Sanjeev, let's try to understand what are the pros and cons of these two approaches. First, let's try to discuss about the scenario that Vicky has. So for Vicky, pizza preparation time will be very less because he just have to focus on preparing the pizza by considering all the ingredients that he got from the market. And in the scenarios where he's getting too many orders, he can easily scale up his restaurant and the orders just by calling the vendor and ordering more ingredients based upon the need that he has. And since he's using same ingredients every day, the taste of the pizzas also will be consistent and he can focus more on pizza preparation rather than raw materials, which will make his life easy. So with very less efforts, he can get more results or more revenue or more profit. Whereas if you consider the scenario of Sanjeev, his pizza preparation time obviously will be more. The reason is he has to start right from the ingredients like cheese, pizza dough. So since he has to put a lot of efforts daily in preparing his raw ingredients, scaling his restaurant pizza orders is not an option for him. So on a day, suddenly if 100 customers came, he can't deliver the pizzas to them. The reason is he has to consider the preparing of the raw materials and post that only he can prepare the pizzas. And since he's preparing the raw materials by his own daily, his taste may not be consistent on day-to-day basis and his focus more will be on the raw materials and ingredients preparation rather than pizza preparation. And we can clearly see Sanjeev is putting more efforts, but he's getting less results or revenue from his restaurant. So why I'm explaining this example is your web application development also is like pizza preparation. So if pizza preparation is your business logic, supporting components like logging, database persistence, so all those are the raw material ingredients that will be provided by framework. But instead, if you choose not to follow any framework and start building all those by yourself, definitely you will be into the scenario like Chef Sanjeev here. Now let's try to continue the same example by taking two developers. And this time I choose the developers name the same Sanjeev and Vicky, and just to make Sanjeev not to feel bad. So this time I made Sanjeev to win the race and Vicky will lose the race. Let's try to see why Sanjeev will win and Vicky will lose the race of web applications development. So the very first scenario that we have is Sanjeev. So Sanjeev is a smart developer where he uses readily available best frameworks like Spring, Angular, React to build a web application. So he leverages supporting components like security, log, track, and interview. Why should I care about the framework? Definitely try to explain them in this manner, and I'm sure anyone can get convinced with this answer. Thank you, and I'll see you in the next lecture. Bye. Welcome back. Now in this lecture, let's try to understand what are all the projects that we have under the umbrella of Spring. Like I was telling previously, Spring supports various requirements that we have during web applications development, like caching, session, security, database persistence. The requirement can be anything. For each and every requirement that we have, Spring has many projects that got built over a period of time. And as a developer or as an architect of my project, based upon my requirements, I can adopt a specific module or a specific project of a Spring. That way, developers are never forced to adopt the entire framework of Spring. One of the reasons why Spring framework is very lightweight is you are free to choose what you want from the Spring framework. There is no mandatory thing that you have to adopt the entire Spring framework or add the libraries of the entire Spring framework, which will make your application heavy. So let's try to discuss what are all the Spring projects that are supported and what are the scenarios that we need to use them. That way you have some good understanding when we should use these projects inside your web applications development. The very first project that we have is Spring Core and Spring MVC. And this is the project that is present even from the day one of the Spring introduction to the developer community. And this project definitely is a base for all the projects. That's why we call it as a Spring Core. And if you have a requirement where you want to build a web application using MVC pattern, then definitely you can use Spring MVC project also. And the next important project that we have is Spring Boot. Spring Boot is introduced to the developers to make their life easy or to build a web application within a matter of minutes. Many times I may not have a requirement to build a complex web application. Maybe I want to build a small web application focusing a small functionality, just like how we do inside microservices. So in those scenarios, Spring Boot will make your life easy to build web applications that are production ready with a very less effort. You don't have to do many configurations, dependency management. Compared to Spring MVC applications, it is very easy to build web applications with the Spring Boot. And don't worry, we'll be discussing all these projects in this entire course, and we have enough practicals to cover and to explain you. That way, you will have very good understanding around these projects. For Spring Boot, we have Spring Data project. Like you can see, the Spring Data logo is the database. So if you have a scenario where you have to fetch the data or store the data inside your web applications, then definitely you can adopt the Spring Data project inside your web application. The database can be SQL database or NoSQL database, can be MySQL, Oracle, MongoDB. So for each and every scenario, we have Spring Data, and under these, many specifications from the ORM frameworks like Hibernate and JPA are implemented to make developer life easy. That way, developer can write very less code and he can achieve more results by avoiding all the boilerplate code that he need to write, especially to create a connection, closing a connection, fetching the results, iterating them, handling the transactions. So all those heavy lifting will be done by Spring framework, by Spring Data project for you. You just focus on building your business logic. That's the purpose of Spring Data project. Post that, we have Spring Cloud. Like I was telling before, nowadays everyone like to build microservices application with the help of Docker and Kubernetes. So to support that community, where if anyone is not building a monolithic application, instead they're building small small microservices, then Spring Cloud has all the supporting components and the design patterns implemented inside it to make developer life easy. After that, we also have Spring Security. We all know security is very important inside any web application. Without security, there is no meaning of building production web application. So inside Spring Security project, it has support for authentication, authorization, role-based access, support for OAuth2, JWT tokens. So all those security related components will be supported by Spring Security project. After Spring Security, we have Spring Session project. Like if you have intentions to implement session-based business logic inside your web applications, then definitely Spring Session is a project that you need to consider. So obviously using the session and caching, you can reduce the number of calls that we need to make to a database or to the backend server. That's why we have a separate project focusing on Spring Session. After Spring Session, you can also observe there is a project Spring Integration, which is focusing the integration patterns where like one application want to send data to other application using streams or messages. So all those patterns are implemented and provided through Spring Integration project. And at last, we also have Spring AMQP. This project is focused for messaging services, especially for asynchronous processing of your data through queues like RabbitMQ, HornetQ, ActiveMQ. So if you have intentions to use messaging queues, then definitely Spring AMQP is the option that you need to consider. Again, whatever projects that I highlighted here are the most important projects, but not a complete list of projects. We'll see where to check the complete list of projects in a few minutes. If you can see here, you can get a sense of how the evolution of application development, especially for web applications, evolved over the last 2 decades. Along with that, you can also see how Spring also evolved over the time to make developer life easy for building web applications. Back in 2000s, if anyone want to build a web application using Java, definitely they can use JSPs, servlets, JDBC, J2EE, which is Java Enterprise Edition. So using this, they used to build their own custom MVC applications. And believe me, it is a very super complicated process. That's why in the later stages, when everyone started adopting MVC frameworks, Spring came with its own projects like Spring Core and Spring MVC that will support the development of web applications. During the same days, everyone got attracted to jQuery, Bootstrap, REST-based services, MVC pattern, ORM frameworks, and that market trend supported by Spring with the help of Spring Core and Spring MVC projects. The next trend that we saw is definitely developers started leveraging UI-related frameworks like Angular, React.js, and in the backend, they used to have ORM framework, JPA frameworks like Hibernate, and at the same time, the introduction to cloud happened where AWS, Azure, Google Cloud, everyone started introducing their cloud capabilities to the industry. So at that time, definitely Spring sees there is a need for the developers to build the web applications very fastly. That's why they introduced Spring Boot, and focusing on the security, they introduced few projects like Spring Security, Spring Data supporting ORM, JPA, and Spring Integration. And the current trend that you can see right now is everyone on top of Angular, React frameworks, they want to adopt the microservices, Docker, Kubernetes. So to support this latest trend, Spring also introduced projects like Spring Cloud, Spring Cloud Dataflow, Spring for Apache Kafka for streaming of the data between microservices. So this way, Spring also continue to evolve along with the industry market trends. So the main point that I want you to understand here is, as industry moving towards a new trend, Spring immediately adopts that and they try to introduce a project that supports a specific trend. So that's why Spring is in the industry as the most popular framework from last 20 years, and I'm sure this will continue to be for a few more decades. So with that reason, please be very confident that you are learning a framework that will help you inside your web applications as long as Java programming language is leading the web applications development. So with this, I'm assuming you got a basic sense of what are the Spring projects available, what are the scenarios that we need to use. In the next lecture, let's try to visit the official website of Spring and try to understand what are all the projects available. That way, you can always refer to that website and try to implement a specific project based upon your needs. Thank you, and I'll see you in the next lecture. Bye. In the previous lecture, we discussed what are all the important projects supported by Spring, what are the use cases or the scenarios that we need to consider them inside the development of web applications. Now, in this lecture, let's try to visit the official website of Spring. As you can see here, the official website of Spring is spring.io, and Spring is being maintained by the VMware. VMware is an organization who maintains and regularly introduces various projects or new features or upgrades to the Spring framework. If you scroll down on the website, you can also see what are all the patterns of development that Spring supports. Like if you're developing microservices, Spring can help you around that. If you're developing reactive web applications where you want to process the request asynchronously in a non-blocking nature, then even Spring also has support to that. And next, most importantly, if you are building web applications that has to be cloud friendly, then definitely Spring also has some supporting projects for the same. And obviously, using Spring, you can also build web applications, especially by using MVC pattern, Spring security projects, and Spring data project, which is a very traditional style of building the web applications. And Spring also has adopted the latest trends like serverless processing that we have on the cloud providers like AWS, GCP, Azure. Spring also supports event-driven development of applications where inside event-driven, you can build applications inside your organization which will react to business events and stream the data in real time. And if you want to build an application focusing batch processing, then definitely you also have support from the Spring batch project. So these are all the use cases, right? From traditional web applications, microservices, cloud, reactive, serverless, batch, event-driven. The scenario or the architect of your application can be anything. Spring has everything that can support you and make your life easy. Now, if you go to the top of the website, click on the projects and view all projects, you can see all the projects that are supported by Spring. Like we discussed, Spring Boot is a project which will make your life easy building web applications within a matter of minutes. Those web applications even will be production ready. And of course, Spring Framework is a base framework which have Spring Core principles embedded inside it, which will help you in building web applications. And this Spring Framework is the base for all the projects that we have under Spring umbrella. So Spring Data supports all the RDBMS or NoSQL databases, like saving and fetching the data. So Spring Cloud supports microservices development. Similarly, we have Spring Cloud Dataflow, Spring Security, Spring Session, Spring GraphQL, Spring Integration, Spring Helios, Spring Batch, Spring AMQP. So this way, Spring has many projects, and based upon the need that you have and based upon the scenario that you are in, you can choose a specific project and try to adopt that inside your web application. But definitely for any project to adopt, you should be aware of what is Spring Framework, which is the base for all your other projects inside Spring. So if you click on any of this project like Spring Boot, so you'll have all the details. What is the purpose of that project? What it is trying to solve inside web applications? And there are good amount of projects under them. There are many other sub projects. Like if you take Spring Data as a project, under this, you have various other projects that supports various scenarios. When you say database, it can be using JDBC or JPA, LDAP, MongoDB, Redis, Cassandra. So based upon the scenario that you are into, you can choose a particular sub project under the Spring Data. Similarly, under Spring Cloud, I said this is the project that is introduced to support microservices development, you can see there are many other sub-projects which supports each and every use case that we need to consider inside microservices development, especially deployment into cloud like Azure, Alibaba, GCP, AWS, Cloud Foundry. We also have some design patterns implemented under this project which are related to microservices like Spring Cloud Config, Spring Cloud Gateway. So these are all advanced concepts that you need to learn if you want to build microservices. I do have a separate course focusing on microservices with the help of Spring, Spring Boot, Spring Cloud, Docker, and Kubernetes. So if you are interested, please do consider that course. Inside that course, I have talked more about microservices but less about Spring. So if you are very new to the Spring, I would recommend you completing this course. Then based upon your interest, if you want to learn more about microservices development, then definitely you can always refer to my course on microservices. So like that, this is the page where you can see all the projects that are supported by Spring. And definitely inside this course, we're not going to discuss about all these projects because the chance of you using them inside your web applications are very less. So in this course, we will discuss all the important projects of Spring that are needed for web applications development using Java, like Spring Core, Spring MVC, Spring Boot, Spring Data. That way you'll have complete knowledge about Spring basic concepts and how to build a web application using it. Once you have a good understanding about the Spring Core and its principles, believe me, to learn any other project or to adopt any other project of Spring is very easy. And based on your knowledge, you can easily adopt any of the Spring project inside your web applications. With this, I'm assuming now you have super clarity about all the projects that Spring supports. So in future, if you have any question about the Spring projects and the scenario that you need to consider them, definitely I would recommend you visiting the official website, which is spring.io. That way you have a good information to take a decision. Thank you, and I'll see you in the next lecture. Bye.
Yeah, we have a quiz now. So the following area of Spring can be mentioned on top of a method to create a Spring bean. And we get multiple objects of the same class type and try to fetch the bean from context by class type. And Spring cannot guess which instance it is because there were no bean definition. Yeah. So the following are the variable and name we are using bean annotation. Name, value, body. He did not teach us about alias if it is. So I think alias is the wrong one. So the following annotation can be used to avoid scenarios of primary, right? So the following straight up annotation can be used on top of classes which handle the code related to database operations. Here's repository. So the following annotation can be used to define the logic that we want to execute post Spring creates the bean. Register the bean programmatically. The following is not an option to create define bean inside Spring frameworks. Why should we use frameworks like Spring for web development inside our projects? Because everyone is using and I need to follow the same. This one, bro. So that I can get hired because everyone is using it. People only get hired if they use it. Yeah, so that I need to write any code, simply deploy the code and monitor it with them. So we'll build the secure. Which is the following, not a Spring framework project. EJB. Yes, sir.
In the previous
Yeah, I'll start this tomorrow, I guess. Finished 2 sections of Spring out of the 32 that I need to do. That's the thing. Okay, Spring is actually easier to get through than like any other ones though. Today was like a 2-hour session. I still was able to finish it in like under 2 hours, so that's nice. Now I want to do like a bit of core Java, I think. Let's do like a bit of core Java, then a bit of LC, then we have like all 3 done. What is up with the core Java thing that I need to do? Oh yeah, I need to start from here, I think. Abstract class and interfaces and constructors. That's just exceptional handling. Yeah, I think I'll focus on core Java for today. Fuck it. Feeling like a bit thirsty though, so I'll go and get some water. I fucking hate Diwali, man. Ugh. I need to get some water though. I'll get some water. Waters. Let's get some waters. I need to pack up this keyboard first, though. I don't think I'll be using this after today, man. Why the fuck is it not coming out, bro? I need to buy a new keyboard, man. Depending on the kind of salary that I get this month. Get some water. I just hate Diwali, man. It's too bad. Too bad. Whew. Ah. Oh, nice and cold. I love my man waters like this, man. Love my man waters. Yeah, I'm nearing the first thing, boy. Yeah, my brother's keys. No class is an object. How much am I left with in fucking this? So section 36 is coding question and answer, right? I've been like slacking for a few days, so why don't I finish the entirety of core Java today? Like theoretically I can do it, it's not that hard to do. Right? Let's just do it, man. Let's just do that shit. Let's see. I have like until 7:30. So 2 hours now. I need to do like puja for Diwali, so like half an hour then will be taken away. Let's see, maybe I'll continue streaming and I'll just put like a break here for like a 30-minute break actually. Let's see, but I would need to eat dinner too. I can eat dinner later, honestly speaking. Not the most crucial of stuff, I guess. I think this fucking thing that I've downloaded from him, this doesn't really update when I update it. I need to try doing that. Like I've tried doing it, but it doesn't save it for some reason, and I've done it like multiple times. Oh no. Oh no, this is the interview thing, right? Java. Oh no, it's updated. Okay, 47%. Yeah. Abstract pattern interface is the next thing that we need to be doing. What will we have on this page? I will have the PDF on this page. Thank God it opens where it ends. Yeah, so it should start here, but before that I have the interview, mock interview.
All right, now it's the time for mock interview on OOPS principles. These are the question, and again, indirect and scenario-based questions are these. Face them like a real interview. Listen to the question, then think about your own answer, then check my answer, and even if you do not know the answer to some questions, and that is completely fine, but let's do the test. So let's start. How can encapsulation be violated? So just a direct question, but you already know the answer.
How can encapsulation be violated? I don't remember encapsulation being violated, bro. It's bundling of data, right? We can achieve it using access specifiers and using getter and setter methods. So to violate it, I guess we just don't use access specifiers. I mean, not using them would just make them default. But like basically just not using getter and setter methods.
And here is the code. So you can see we have the field which is public, and we are trying to directly setting the value.
Okay. Encapsulation will be violated if we like use the public access specifier and directly set the value of something instead of using getter setter methods.
Value of this field here, okay, and it is not recommended. Because as per encapsulation, the field value must be accessed by wrapping it around some functions, like here by using the getter setter functions. So if you are not using the getter setter functions in your project, you are violating encapsulation. Okay, so that is the answer to this question, and the same thing is written here also.
Yeah.
What is the difference between extends and implement keyword in Java?
Extends is used for classes, implements is used for interfaces, right? Extends is used for classes, implements is used for interfaces, yeah.
You already know the answer, just a revision. So here you can see extend is used to inherit from a superclass to child class, subclass. Okay, it's a class to class inheritance extend used for. So basically now implement is used to implement an interface like this. Interface is there and we are implementing that interface in a class. So basically class to interface inheritance, we use the implement keyword. Which is the most important and crucial OOPS principle in Java? So think which is the must to have principle in your software application. Alright, so here are the 4 pillars of OOPS. So which is the most important? And all are important.
Out of these 4, he's asking which is the most important pillar of Java. I mean, maybe encapsulation for security purposes, but I'm not sure. I mean, all are important in the end. Like inheritance, if you want to use like multiple classes and shit like that. Polymorphism, if you wanna. I mean, I won't say polymorphism is most important, because you can only use polymorphism if you are using inheritance at some point, right? Some of the polymorphisms at least. An abstraction. Yeah, I think encapsulation.
Yes, in every project you will have classes. So what is the basic one is the encapsulation, because in every project you have classes, and in classes you will be having the fields or data also, right? And encapsulation is the principle which allows you to hide the data or fields by using getter setter functions, right? So those functions you will must have in your Java project. That is very important for data security, data hiding, right? And then only you will have the base class, child class for reusability and polymorphism abstraction. They are important, but encapsulation is the most important one. And the same thing I have written here also. Is protected field is accessible by any class within the same package?
Is protected field is accessible by any class within the same package? No, I think subclass with that's in the same package, not like any class, only like subclass in the same package, right? From what I remember. Oh no, I guess protected is like, okay, within package it's like with any class. Okay, yeah, yes. It was a default one. No, even then it's like in same package, it's like available. Okay, it's only the private one which is like within backend. No.
Think for
Okay.
a second. And here are the 4 access specifier, and see the protect access specifier is accessible within the package. It doesn't matter whether within the same package the multiple classes have some superclass subclass class relationship. That doesn't matter. If it is in the same package, then protected access specifier will be accessible. Okay, but outside in a different package, if the classes are not parent-child related, then it is not accessible. Okay, and the same thing is written here also. Which type of polymorphism needs inheritance? One word answer. Think, and you know. Here is the
Polymorphism needs inheritance. Polymorphism needs inheritance. So we learned like overriding and overwriting. Right? Like no, it's like method overriding and method overwriting. I'm pretty sure, right? So inheritance, I guess, yeah, the other one. The method overriding, right? Overwriting. Wait a minute, was it method overriding and overwriting at all? Overloading and overriding, right? So yeah, overriding is the one which needs inheritance.
code. We have a base class, we have a derived class, and this is what we call overriding. So overriding is the polymorphism concept which needs inheritance, which needs the parent-child class setup. Okay?
Overloading
So method
and
overloading,
overriding.
another concept of polymorphism, don't need it. Okay. So here is the answer written, which I already explained. Explain the difference between static binding and dynamic binding in Java. You already know the answer.
It's like overloading and overriding. Yeah.
So here is the method
Compile
overloading
time,
example,
yeah.
and this is method overloading is also called static binding. And here is the method overriding example, which is also called dynamic binding. Okay, why static binding? Because in overloading methods, calls are resolved at compile time. Compiler knows that these are different methods. Okay, whereas in method overriding, method resolved at runtime dynamically. Okay, so at compile time it cannot be decided. All right, so that is the answer, and the same thing I have written here also. What is the benefit of using polymorphism in Java application? So in other words, what is the benefit of method overloading and overriding? Here is the overloading example, and you already know.
What is
sorry,
the benefit of using polymorphism?
Method overloading allows the methods of the same name to do different functionalities,
More
multiple forms
readability.
to acquire. Okay, this is very important because if you have different names for these methods, then it will be very unreadable. Like it's like add 2 doubles, add 2 integers, add 3 integers. So that will be very confusing, right? So that is one benefit, readability, more structure because of overloading. Next is method overriding. And what it does is it allows you to reuse the parent class method wherever it is required in the child class. Okay, but if you don't need the parent class method, then you can just use the override keyword and override the parent class method. So this is good for reusability and also the flexibility in this method overriding is providing. Okay, great. So the same answer I have happens if you don't use override annotation in method overriding. For example, this. See here I have overrided the calculated salary method, but I have commented the override keyword annotation basically. So if you don't use, then nothing will happen actually. Compiler will understand that this is the overrided method automatically. All right. So why to use override annotation? That is the question. See, if you will use the override annotation, the compiler ensures that there is no signature mismatch. Suppose if you have provided one int return type here instead of void, so that is a mistake. Okay, so compiler will let you know, no, that is a mistake. Okay, so that is a good thing. And another thing is readability. Suppose after some time another developer comes and he checked your this method, so he will automatically know that okay, this method, because we have the override notation written here, so it is the overridden method of some base class method. Okay, so that is good for readability. That is more important purpose of using the notation. It presents the purpose and it is more readable, right? So that is the answer, and the same thing is written here also. Great. Now we are here with the most important interview question. What is the difference between abstract class and interface?
Okay. Now we are finally doing it, boys. Abstract class and all this shit.
Here, in a step-by-step manner, we will learn what is abstract class, how to implement it, when to use abstract class, then when to use interface, what is it, default method, and many more small questions which are very important from interview perspective. The whole purpose is that after completing this question, you will not have a single doubt about the abstract class and interface. Okay, that is the purpose. So let's start with the first question. What is abstract class in Java? How to implement it? Let me explain with the help of the code. Here is a class university. Okay, then we can make this class as the
Abstract classes contain both abstract and concrete methods. An abstract class object's creation is not possible. Okay. Abstract method of abstract class must be implemented by child class.
abstract class by using the abstract keyword like this. Okay, abstract class means now we can have some concrete method, or we also call them non-abstract methods like this. Okay, if you see, these concrete methods are those whose body is defined or implemented here itself. Okay, here PCM stands for physics, chemistry, and maths in the university. These are just like normal methods. Then in the abstract class, you should have at least one abstract method like this. Okay, here you can see this is marked as abstract, and this method does not have any body here. Okay, so this is an abstract method which does not here which is not implemented here or defined here.
Oh, what is this English, bro? Like, this guy is like, actually, bro, how do people not learn basic English syntax but then get jobs for like complex language based syntax, like use case companies? Like, do interface can have a construction? Like, what does that mean, bro? Like, just can interface have a constructor, bro? Like, you have one less word even, bro. Wow. Also, it's like written. It's not even like he's speaking it in public where like maybe there's a slip up. It does not matter. It's like written. He has reviewed this shit. He's selling this shit, bro. But he still does not care about the fucking grammar somehow.
Now, inside the main method, for example, this, if you try to create the object of this abstract class university, like this, then you can see the error here coming, the compile time error, because abstract class are only used as the base classes or parent classes. So they cannot be, the object creation of abstract class is not possible. Now we will use this class as the base class of a child. So here is the college child class, and we are extending it from the university abstract class. Okay. Now remember one thing: if a child class extend abstract base class, then it must implement the parent abstract method. Not have any body here. Okay. So this is an abstract method which does not here which is not implemented here or defined here. Now inside the main method, for example, this, if you try to create the object of this abstract class university like this, then you can see the error here coming, the compile time error, because abstract class are only used as the base classes or parent classes. So they cannot be, the object creation of abstract class is not possible. Now we will use this class as the base class of a child. So here is the college child class, and we are extending it from the university abstract class. Okay. Now remember one thing: if a child class extend abstract base class, then it must implement the parent abstract methods like this. So this sports was the abstract method in base class, so we must have to implement it. Okay, that is the rule of abstract method. So great, that is the story of the abstract class, which are used mostly for parent class as a parent classes. Now you may ask, what is the advantage of using them as the parent classes? And that I will explain in the upcoming question. But before that, I have pasted this whole code here in my book, and also the minimal and very simple definition of abstract class. Abstract class contain both abstract and concrete methods, and abstract class object creation is not possible. Okay, one more point is written here: abstract methods of abstract class must be implemented in the child class. Okay, now you know. And finally here I have also illustrated in the diagram that this is the abstract parent class university, and that is implemented here in the college class, and there we are also implementing the abstract method of the base class sports. Okay, because I believe remembering
Man, it's generally so annoying, bro. Like, you can never just like sit and study in this fucking house, bro. Ah, like I keep remembering why it was that I wanted to live in a PG, man. I'll come back in like 2 minutes, 3 minutes. So annoying, man. It's just like never I can just sit and study in this house, bro. What is an abstract method? Abstract class has like one method which is concrete and one method which is abstract. Then the scholar should have like, okay, that's understandable. I mean, yeah, that's understandable. So let's say there's abstract class univ. Then it has a concrete method courses, which has PCM or whatever, right? And it has an abstract method sports. Let's say this particular abstract class is extended upon by concrete class called college. Then college might or might not implement the normal concrete method, which is the courses method from the university class, but it has to implement the sports method since it was a abstract method of the abstract class. That's understandable. Concrete method, abstract method. So write the code, why not? So it's like abstract class university void courses system out printed in ECM. The abstract method. There should be at least one abstract method. Okay, there should be at least one abstract method. Right, so abstract void sports, which is just defined, not implemented. Right. After that, we have a normal class, public class. University must implement abstract methods, so word sports must be implemented. Other than that, it can override the concrete methods from the abstract class, but it's not mandatory. It's mandatory to implement the abstract methods from the abstract class. Abstract class is a good choice when you are sure some methods are concrete if I must be implemented in this.
Diagrams is comparatively easier than remembering the code or written theory.
Abstract class is a good choice when you are sure some methods are concrete as defined and must
When to
be
use abstract classes in real application? This is a very important question because most candidates know what is an abstract class, but those who know when to use abstract class in their projects are the pros. Okay, so here suppose let's start with an example. Suppose we have to make an application for the higher education system. Okay, just assume. Now inside the application we will first create one class, and that is degree college class. Okay, education system degree college. Okay, here the name is the field and these courses and sports are the functions, concrete functions. Their body is also there. Okay. Now, if any degree college is registering with our application, using our application, then the object of this degree college will be created and the degree college name and the courses function will be applied to them. Okay. Then similarly, you can also have the class for the diploma college. Okay. And the diploma colleges will create the object of a diploma college class and the name, this field is same. The courses are same, but the sports function name is same, but the body is different from the degree college. Okay. So that is the structure for your education management system. Now for the reusability purpose, you will create the above university class in your application so that all the common courses, common methods and the duplicate courses can be deleted from here, from the child classes, and that that inheritance is used for that thing. The second thing is a structural problem is there, which is solved by making the university class as the abstract class. Now listen very carefully the use of keeping abstract methods. Okay. So by keeping this sports as the abstract method in university class, we can force all the college classes to must implement this sports method in their colleges. Okay. Now, whether the college wants to implement football, cricket, athletics, etc., whatever sports, that's up to them. But they must have some kinds of sports activity, which is now mandated by the university. So the whole point is, by placing abstract methods in the parent class, you are setting a contract or rules for the child class to implement. Now you may ask why to keep the abstract method. Okay, keep the abstract method in the parent class. We can just create the fresh, new, concrete sports method here in the child classes, right? Why to just keep a single line of code there in the parent? See, if you will not place the abstract method in the parent class, then there may be a chance that a new software developer in your project who is creating a new class like Polytechnic class, okay, and he will extend the university class, but he might forget the sports method to create in the Polytechnic college class, okay, because then that is not mandatory, right? And or maybe he will create the sports method in the Polytechnic class, but with a different name like play sports or sports games, something, but not the sports. So that is a possibility. And in large application, that will create the inconsistency problem. Okay. So by having abstract methods in the base class, in the parent class, you can mandate the child classes, all right, to implement those methods. And that will be more structured and more organized way. All right. This is the whole idea of the existence of the abstract class and abstract methods. Here is the final conclusion also. Abstract class is a good choice when you are sure some methods are concrete, must be implemented in the same way in all derived class, but some methods can be abstract in the parent class and can be implemented differently by implementing classes. So some methods can be different. So that's why they are just placed as the abstract method in the parent class. Okay. So great. That is the answer to this question. Now in the upcoming question, I will also explain interface, whose role is also a bit similar to this abstract class. What are interfaces in Java? How to implement them? Let's first quickly see the code for how to implement interfaces. Then we will end when we need them in our applications. All right. So here is the way to implement interfaces by using the interface keyword in front of the interface. Okay, so very simple. Instead of class, use interface keyword. Then inside it, we can declare the abstract methods without the bodies like this. Okay, and remember by default, the access specifier here will be public. Okay, so for these abstract methods, so
which must be implemented by the implementing class. in a contract. It's why interfaces is possible. Multiple inheritance via interfaces are possible.
hurt, I broke a bone. But that's okay, that's alright, 'cause I'm better when I go. Yeah, I need some clear eyes. I'm with some weird guys. Got a weird girl in my phone. Warm body, icy soul. That's all I know. For what I'm told, yeah. You've been reaping what you sowed. And now it's cold, oh so cold, yeah. Warm body, icy soul. That's all I know. For what I'm told, yeah. Tripped so hard I broke a bone. But that's okay, and that's alright, 'cause I'm about to win a gold medal. I feel like she the devil. I looked into her eyes, I seen her really feeling pissed. I'm so scared, so I know I need a chill, bro, but I can't. I'm gonna take this tag with my PO. Yeah.
got it, man.
We're a study group.
Aye, on the floor of perk, need Narcan. He can't, she can't, but they know I can. I don't eat perks, no, I only eat Zans. You ain't got niche, no, you don't touch bands. I got the food to make the whole strip run laps. No, you never shot a gun, only just shot cap. I don't need what they want, no, I got that. Attracted to the fruit, smoke like a fruit bat. Orgasm blush, man, I'm in it till it's finished. I'm a loser, but I can't stop winning. I think about my future, I gotta start singing. Man, addicted to the music, can't start singing. Man, I can't stop, I crush the blow rock. Man, do the whole thing before the sun's up. Man, I can't stop, I crush the blow rock. Man, do the whole thing before the sun's up. Man, singing, man,
never shot a gun, only just shot cap. I don't need what they want, no, I got that. Attracted to the fruit, small like a fruit bat.
Mama whore, and my products look like Tom Ford. Black leather gloves on the hardcore. You got these in silver? Yeah. No, like. I'm a whore, and my product look like Tom Ford. Black gloves on, yeah, looking hardcore. Hitman, yeah, I'm rocking with the Dark Lord. If you offer me, baby, then I'm all yours. Sometimes I don't understand what it's all for, but I understand when they see me, then they all soar. That's knocking on my door, that's the front door. Dip out of the back door, hop into the black Porsche. Hop into the black Porsche, she said I should talk more. I can't even talk more, you should shake the scoreboard. My whore, and my product look like Tom Ford. Black gloves on, yeah, looking hardcore. Yeah, working size, yeah, spend the right, yeah. Brought a backpack in the Fendi store, yeah. You know it smell like weed in the bar store, and you know we getting free shit Fendi stores, yeah. Brought a backpacking in the Louis store. My girl says she needs some shit too, I hit the Dior. I'm still in the night, yeah, I'm out, yeah. I'm still in the night, yeah, I'm out, yeah. I know you see me win and allow it. This Jane life, I'm about it. I'm the founder, yeah, I found it. In the game, yeah, I found it. Fuck.
I broke on, I'm fresh as fall. Bands by the ball. Yeah, I left them pesos. What? Jeff Bezos. Ooh. Jeff Bezos. Ooh. Hey, you think you on, boy? It's like refresh. These DO jeans, man, they're just too fresh. They're too fresh. Ooh, them bands, yeah, I come collect. We make it splash. The 40 band, the 100 rack. That Lambo, yeah, that shit too damn fast. Ooh. We superstar, flashlight on the Audemars. I'm fresh. Bands by the box, that is how we rock. Fresh. I'm fresh. Bands by the box, this is how we rock. That's just how we rock. I'm fresh. Bands by the box. That's just how we rock. Fresh. I'm fresh. Bands by the box. This is how we rock. I'm fresh. Bands by the box. That's just how we rock.
You got it, man.
And we gon' get and be like, I can't even lie, like this the time and we gon' shine in peace. I think she knows we getting rich though. And when I swerve in that rental, and they gon' know I'm on his ass with that stick, got a surf tee on, put it on my head. Walk inside the bank, give me all that fucking bread. I'm finna go guns blazing over this bitch. I'm steady reminiscing about your fucking friends. I got this cup, it's full of mud, I feel it in my head. I'm going MIA, my friends gon' think I'm fucking. I'm in a trap, boost the trap for my fucking mans. And it's a ritual we do, so you cannot get in. And you can't get it in with me, you gon' have to pay a fee. I told my bitch to hold my shot, cause she was next to me. I told my brother, Sarah, we ain't finna go free. I'm looking at the sky, thinking about how high it go. I'm thinking about the bitches, thinking about how tall they be. I'm fucking with the amount of bitches, that's why they all some freaks. I love my brothers for all that shit that they done did for me. I can't even lie, like this the time and we gon' get it and be like, I can't even lie, like this the time and we gon' shine in peace. I told my little brother, that's my brother, I'm gon' get him right. I told my little brother, we gon' shine, it's my fucking time. my little brother, that's my brother, I'm gon' get him right.
Shot to 200 on the dash, buy her Prada bag, hella cash. Got blue bills like Benji, don't you diss me, I'm gon' spaz. Italian bro, this shit is Fendi, got my grades a double F. I skip class so fucking man, I'm with your girl and she taught me down.
So there is no need to mention it here. And also, and here, when to use interfaces in implement. What are the differences? And then what are default? More catch blocks if you want to. The sports function name is same, but the body is different from the. It will create the end class. That is not possible. Right. This is one extra point. Okay. Now of the vehicle. Okay. Now the value of the str will be interview happy. Okay. That's about the arrays and how to do exception or not. Not if you want to log something. methods. When should I use default methods? This is a new but not so new feature in interfaces. Let me explain with the help of code. Okay. For example, you have an interface vehicle and there is an abstract method inside it, which is start. Okay. Now, in addition to this abstract method, you can also have a default method like this inside an interface. Now, two things about this default method. First, they are declared by using this default keyword. Okay. Second, these default methods have a body. All right. Default mean that is the default implementation we call. So same like we have the implementation in the concrete methods in abstract classes. Okay. So now you may ask, then this interface is similar to an abstract class with some abstract methods and some with the default and concrete implementation, right? So what is the difference? Now let me explain why default methods are introduced in interfaces. See, in very big applications, initially they created interfaces, which is a very good choice due to its multiple inheritance feature and for other reasons also for unit testing. But some application owners or developers later realized that they needed one or two concrete methods inside some interface. Okay, they realized later. And here is the twist. Now to provide some concrete methods in the interfaces, they must convert their interfaces to abstract classes. Because before default methods, concrete methods were not allowed in Java in interfaces. And changing an interface to an abstract class will lead to many code changes in the application. Getting my point? So basically in every child class, you have to replace the extents with the implements. With the implement with extents, because you are using abstract class and then abstract keywords, then testing efforts will be there. In short, changing an interface to an abstract class is a huge impacting task. Therefore, default methods are introduced so that there is no need to change an interface to an abstract class for a single small concrete method, adding a concrete method. So that is the purpose of the default methods. And yes, a very important point here. As a developer, when you start your application, if concrete methods are required in your class, then use abstract class only. Okay. If you are using interfaces, then do not start with the default methods. That is not the purpose of default methods. Don't start. Later, due to any compulsion, if it is required, then to minimize the efforts, you can use the default methods. So in interfaces. Okay. Great, that is the story. And now either we can implement this interfaces in the same way you already know in your main method, create the object and all that. Now I have pasted the same code in my book also here.
I have to take a piss, man. We have to take a piss. Constructor is like, fuck it, something else. I won't even be able to finish this, it feels like.
Above is the default method and below is the main method, the implemented car class and the implementation basically. So it's the same thing. And again, here is the answer, the definition of the default methods, then why the purpose, actual purpose of the default methods. So that is necessary for your revision from the book if you want. Very short question here. Can you create an instance or an
Maybe I need to just keep making notes and notes.
Object instance or an object of an abstract class or interface? The answer is no. Creating instance of an abstract class and interface is not possible, and that is the short answers to this question. You might be already know this, just for revision.
When to use interface and when to use abstract class.
Do abstract class can have constructors, and what is the use of that constructor? See, this is a constructor related question, so if you are new to constructors, then cover it after this question, after the constructor section, okay? But if you have some idea of constructors, so let's move forward and check out the code. So here you can see we have a abstract class vehicle with a constructor, okay? The name of the constructor must be same as the name of the class. That is the rule, okay? So the answer is yes, abstract class can have constructors. Now the question is, what is the use of this abstract class constructor? Because anyway, we are not going to create the object of this vehicle abstract class. That is not possible, right? So when will this constructor will be called? Okay, because constructor will be called when the object will be created normally. But now let me show you the child class of this abstract class. So here is the car class, which is basically extending from the vehicle abstract base class, all right? And here is the constructor of this car class only. Okay, with me. Now let's create the object of this car class in the main class, basically in the client or main class, you can say it. Okay, now here we have the main method in the main class as the client. Now we will create the object of the car class. My car is the object, like this. Now when you create the object of the car class, constructor of the car class will be automatically called, right? That is the concept of the constructor. But listen carefully. If this child class, car class, is extending from any abstract base class where there is the constructor which we have, right? Then before executing the constructor of the child car class, the constructor of the parent or base class will be fired or executed. So that is the rule. Base class constructor always fired first and then the child class constructor. For example, if here I execute this main.java file like this, now here in the output you can see we have the vehicle constructor, which is where here in the constructor of the base class, and car constructor line is coming from the constructor of the child class. So that is the whole idea of having the constructor in the base class or abstract class. By using constructor in base class, you can initialize some fields or variables which are present in your base or abstract class which you want to initialize.
Okay?
So that is the whole story, the explanation of having the base class abstract class constructor. Now the same code I have pasted here in the book, the abstract class, the child class, and how the constructors are called in the main method. Okay, and that is also same thing is explained here also. Whatever I have explained, that is just like a single statement. Now in the upcoming question, we will check, do interface have constructors or not? Very short question here. Do interfaces have a constructors? And the answer is very simple. Here is the code and the answer is no. An interface cannot have a constructor. If you try, then like this, you will get the compile time error. Okay, so I also written the answer here. So interfaces cannot have constructor. Okay, very short answer. When to use the interface and when the abstract class is in real application. So this is like a revision.
What class can do, but not how. Since Java 8 can, Java 9 can. Bro, is Java 9 even out? Didn't Java 8 just come out, bro? When the fuck did Java 9 even come out? What do you mean? What? Wait, Java 8 is... Bro, I heard Java 8 just came out. Wait, did JDK 8 just came out? Oh, what the fuck? Java 8 is... So I know like Java 25 exists. It's like one of the latest ones, but...
Question, a very theoretical question. I am just concluding some points here, no code, and mostly I already explained. Okay, just a revision. So when should we use interfaces? And here are the top 3 reasons. An interface can be used to define contracts. With the implementing class must implement the methods, the contracts. Okay, will make classes more modular and structured. Your project actually. Interface is a good choice when you know you have methods to be there, but it can be implemented differently by different classes. Okay. Third reason when to use interface. Interface do separation of concerns, and because of that, unit testing is very much simpler. So mocking objects, all these things are very easy if you have interfaces. All right. Now, when to use abstract classes, and here is the reason. Abstract class is a good choice when you are sure some methods are concrete, defined, and must be implemented in the same way in all derived classes, and some methods are abstract and can be implemented differently by implementing them in the classes. So as you can see here, interfaces have more and more advantages. Therefore, normally, mostly we prefer interfaces because they give us the flexibility to modify the behavior, the methods at the later stage. Okay, and they also provide complete abstraction, and also they help in unit testing. So that is the answer to this question, and I hope now you have clear about what are interfaces and what are all the things about it. Okay, so great. And in upcoming question, I will show you what is the difference between abstraction and abstract class, which you might be already knowing also. How to achieve abstraction? What is the difference
Okay, in abstract classes, we can store data, have constructors, manage object level behavior. Okay. But in interfaces, we cannot have state, meaning we cannot store stuff.
between abstraction and abstract class? Two ways to achieve abstraction, and here are they. Concept. One way. Another way is
Constructors, we are finally starting with some new better.
interface. Another way. There can be ways. So that is the answer to this question. Congratulations on completing the previous chapter. Inside the classes, the most important default member is constructor. Without a constructor, object creation is not possible. Okay, of the class. So here 4 questions are like very basic, the first 4, and must to know questions about the constructor. Okay, and after that, questions like constructor chaining, copy constructor, extra are like some advanced questions on constructors for slightly experienced candidates. Okay, so again, the list of questions is long, but some questions have even one word answer. Okay, all right. So without wasting time, let's start with the first question. What is constructor in Java? Let me quickly explain with the help of code. Suppose you have a car class like this. Then inside the class, you can define a constructor something like this. Okay. Okay, see, constructor is a function only, but it is a special kind of function. For example, square is a special kind of rectangle because all its sides are equal. Okay, similar way, constructor is a special kind of function. Now, why special and what is the difference between a constructor and a normal function? First thing is, the name of the constructor and the name of the class must be exactly same, whereas the normal function names are different. You know it. Okay. Second difference is, when inside the main method or inside any other class, when you create the object of the class like this, then, now listen carefully, the above constructor will be automatically called. But for normal functions, you have to use this object, then dot, and then name of the function. Okay. But now I will if run the program, then you can see my car here, which is coming from the constructor. That means by just creating the object, you are calling the constructor. You do not have to do anything else. Okay, so that is the basic idea of the constructor, and the same code I have pasted here in the book also, and here few points to remember about constructor, which I already explained. So first, a constructor is a special type of method that is called when the object of the class is created, no doubt. Second, a constructor has the same name as the class and does not have any return type, does not have, not even void. This is one extra point. Okay, now in the upcoming question, we will explore the types of constructors, which are very, very important. Okay. What are the types of constructor? What is a default constructor? See, there are mainly three types of constructor. First is default constructor, then parameterized constructor, and then copy constructor. Okay, that is one answer. Second is, what is default constructor? See, if you create a class like this, car class, blank car class, nothing inside that, and even if you are not writing any constructor code inside, okay, now listen carefully. When you run this program, then the JVM or just-in-time compiler at runtime will automatically create a blank constructor
have been done before this, man. Why is doing topic instructor so late in the thing? I need to finish this constructor section in like next half hour at any cost, because after that I need to go for Diwali Puja. It's an instance of this second class as a parameter. String. Copy constructor has an element to copy complex also. Loan. So okay, I've not done like deep and shallow copy in Java yet. Yeah. Shallow, deep, and there is also lazy copy in Java. Oh, I did shallow and deep copy in Python before. So everything is just like so much more easier in Python. I did all this in like 3 hours. What does it mean for 4 or 5 days? So much small shit that differs. Constructor overloading and constructor chaining.
Like this inside this car class. Okay, so this is the default constructor. But is what is parameterized constructor? Provided during object creation. So that is the use of the parameterized constructor. What is constructor overloading? When to use it in real applications? For this, I hope you already aware about the constructor and method overloading concepts and parameterized constructor also. Okay, and if not, then please refer to my previous questions. Now let's understand constructor overloading concept with the help of the code. Okay, suppose you have a rectangle class like this with two private fields. One is width and one is height. After that, here is one parameterized constructor because it has parameters, alright, where we are assigning the values of the fields by the parameter. Okay, now after that, here is our main method, or in some other class, we can create the object of the rectangle class, something like this, and pass the arguments 10 and 20, which will be received by the rectangle, and the fields value will be set. Alright, then we will just calculate the area by rectangle dot width multiplied by rectangle dot height, and the output will be 200. Okay, so up until here, you already know. Now we will start with the method, constructor overloading concept. So now what happens?
I mean, this one is pretty basic. Should I write this down even? Like, okay, I understand how constructor overloading works. It's basically like a method overloading type shape, but why not? Just write this down, bro. Fuck it. Missed. Providing multiple. Based on adding Japan. And people are like starting. बोलो
10 मिनट में पूजा के लिए फिर है।
Structure chaining the process of the construction. What does this Honda even do here? I want to see this like chaining one. Chaining.
What is constructor chaining? I hope before this you already understand the concept of constructor overloading, which I already explained in previous questions. Now let's understand this with the help of the code. So here is a vehicle class with a private field brand, okay? And then we have a vehicle parameterized constructor to set the value of the field brand. Then we have a parameter less overloaded constructor also here. And then we have a getter method to get the private field brand value like this, okay? Now from inside the main method, we can create the object of the vehicle class like this. But see, here we are not called the parameterized constructor to initialize the value of field brand. We are calling the default constructor, the parameterless constructor, right? Now listen carefully. Then how we will set the value of the brand, the field value. When we create the object of the vehicle, this parameterless constructor will be called. And inside this, we can use this keyword like this to call the parameterized constructor. Yes, this keyword refers to the class instance and it can be used to set the class fields values. And this keyword can also be used to call the other class constructors. What we are doing here. If you pass two arguments here, then it will call a constructor with two parameters. And here we are calling just one argument. We have just one argument, then it will call this. And inside this parameterized constructor, here this value will be received in the parameter. And inside the value of the field will be set. So that is constructor chaining, where we are calling one constructor from another constructor. Okay. Now inside the main method, you can print the value of the vehicle get brand and you will get the result as usual. The Honda as the output will be printed, which was as expected. So that is constructor chaining. And now the same code I have pasted here also in the book. And then I have written the definition also, which is the conclusion. Constructor chaining is the process of one constructor calling another constructor from the same class. Okay. Great. That is constructor chaining. Now in the upcoming question, we will also look copy constructors, which is again a very advanced concept of constructors. What is a copy constructor? For this, I hope you already know the parameterized and the default constructors. Okay. Now by name itself, you can imagine the copy constructor. A copy constructor is a copy of an existing constructor. Okay. Always remember this. Now let's understand with the help of the code. Here is a student class with a private field name. And here is our normal parameterized constructor by which we are setting the field. This is of no use, you are thinking, right? But when to use copy constructor in the answer to this question? A very small and again, a very short question. This question. What is the role of super keyword? Let's quickly understand with the help of the code. Suppose you have a superclass like this with a constructor inside it. Now remember that superclass, parent class and base class are same things. Then there is another subclass which is extending from the superclass, which is a base class. Now here also, and also remember that child class, derived class and subclass are same thing. Now here is also the constructor present in the child class or subclass also. Okay. Then here is the main method and now we are creating the object of the subclass. Okay. Now when you create the object of the subclass, then what will happen? The constructor of the subclass will be called. Now if you want to call the constructor of the base class also before the child class, then you have to put the super keyword something like this. Okay, and this will execute the superclass constructor first and then this subclass constructor. So if I run the program, you can see the first is coming from the superclass and then it is coming from the subclass. Then it is printed. Second is this. Okay, so this is the use of the super keyword. Okay, but remember, yes, super keyword, you do not have to write it, because if you will not write it, even then JVM will automatically place this keyword here accordingly. So you do not have to worry about it, but you should know it that okay, it's happening. It's the story of the super keyword. Okay, great. Now the same code I have pasted here and here is the definition.
हाँ Oh, so much dumb shit, bro. Genuine retardism, bro. How long was it? Like a fucking more than half an hour, bro. Fuck. I think I would just write different ways superheroes be. What the fuck hello from child mean, bro? Bro, the super keyword would take like a whole ass page by itself. Wow. Wowzers. I need some music there in my ears.
I'm coming home. I want you to be ready for me. I'm on your phone while you get ready, getting pretty for me. She's so fucking pretty. Now we're all alone. I want you to see what you can do to me. Damn girl, you're one of one. We're on the run, but you'll be safe as long as you're with me. Here we go. So fast. I guess that's just the way that we are. Girl, so fast. On glass. Girl, do you really even know who you are? Whiplash. Kiss you back. Girl, would you still love me if I played all my cards? Heart attack. Whiplash. 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 My head's coming right back. They say it's wrong. I say fuck 'em, baby, it's you and me. Fuck 'em, baby. I made it home. Now no more wishing, baby, I'm yours for keeps. Girl, you're all for me. And when I go on, I want you to watch me, baby, girl, watch you see how I do it. Just watch how I do it. Just watch how we're moving. So fast. I guess that's just the way that we are. Girl, so fast. On glass. Girl, do you really even know who you are? Whiplash. Come right back. Girl, would you still love me if I played all my cards? Heart attack. Whiplash. 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 My baby's coming right back. 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 Back. Girl, I'm coming right back. Back.
Still sick, 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 12 grams in the sip, all sweet on mix, 666 for my wrist, blood on my lips.
Hella free, sorry.
Hello?
Papa up like a zit. I get high as a bitch and this bitch and I feel
क्या काम
weird ass shit. It got like I'm
वो
booted
तो
up
पहले
for
लगा
what,
देते
then
हैं
I
दादी
hear
पीछे आ गई
that she really like my fit. Booed up,
तो
but
फिर
we
दादी
can't
छत
take
पे
a
गई होगी
flick
कुर्सी
and
पे
I
लगाने
fear
के लिए
that
मैं भी खाऊंगा नहीं है मैं बाद में
shit.
ले लूंगा अपना खाना
But
तो
I'm
कुछ काम
bossed
कर
up,
रहा
baby,
हूँ
I'm so rich.
अभी कुछ काम कर रहा हूँ मैं बाद में
Party, good music, good clothing, and
यार
good
मम्मी
modeling. You ain't really wanna start with me.
हर दूसरे दिन आ जाता है कुछ वाला काम
Oh, so godly, so valid, smoky, like oh me, oh my, please say you're joking. In the function, chilling, I'm coasting, coast to coast, off drugs, I'm floating. If you wanna cop shit, come in my room, I got shit, make it trip, make it feet move. Cause I'm worried about shit, but the price, bro, fake ass tags, and we live for the night, oh. I don't wanna be known as a bad guy, good guy, look like me when the blood dry. Falling out for the limelight, for the shine, bitch, I'm messed up in the motherfucking daytime. Hella freaks in the party, good music, good clothing, and good modeling. You ain't really wanna start with me, push started, oh, I'm oh so godly, so valid, smoky, like oh me, oh my, please say you're joking. In the function, chilling, I'm coasting, coast to coast, off drugs, I'm floating. If you wanna cop shit, come in my room, I got shit, make it trip, make it feet move. Cause I'm worried about shit, but the price, bro, fake ass tags, and we live for the night, oh. I don't wanna be known as a bad guy, good guy, look like me when the blood dry. Falling out for the limelight, for the shine, bitch, I'm messed up in the motherfucking daytime. Yeah, yeah, in the motherfucking daytime. Yeah, yeah, in the motherfucking daytime.
Everything come with a price, gotta pay for it. If you don't wanna stay, run away from it. If you got something on your mind, you should say something. You still apologize when you ain't sorry. Terrified, feel it under your skin. How much of yourself are you gonna lose till you win? You know I got love for God, I got love for my kin. I got cuts on my arm, I got scars on my skin. I've been winning so much, I know they tired of me. Stop blowing my
Hello?
phone, I don't want me. I've been looking real love.
दादी आई नहीं है क्या अभी अब एक बार दादी को कॉल करो मैं उनको भेजता हूँ नीचे मैं 10 मिनट में आऊंगा
Looking for my mind, yeah, my mind gone.
दादी
Love and trust, but I ain't lost hope. It's yours if you want, don't be slow.
दादी
Got the world in your hands like a snow globe. Turn it upside down, shake and see it go. Just hold on tight, don't let it hit the floor. In a hurry, I'm so sorry, but I can't go. Say I imagine now you see me blink, now you don't. If they come with a price, gotta pay for it. If you don't wanna stay, run away from it. If you got something on your mind, you should say something. You still apologize when you ain't sorry. If they come with a price, gotta pay for it. If you don't wanna stay, run away from it.
like Peter Wolf.
I saw.
Ain't felt like Peter though. She like I left my weed at home. To see me, you need my folks. To see me, you need my folks. So see me, you need my phones. Green fly like Peter do. She like I love my weed home, can you get me stoned? Baby, that is not excuse. So what you wanna do? You ain't gotta roll one, baby, roll a few. But I ain't gon' smoke with you. Stay asking me what I'm on with you. Baby, what's wrong with you? Baby said she on me glue. My dirt stay on me too. And I shoot a movie too. Remember posting on the blog. Fucking on one of my ops. That bitch try to set me up. She gon' be stuck between the rock and this motherfucking Glock. My bitch bad, she terrible. Beat up bitch like you to do. Foreign on my vehicles. And I gotta thank Jesus too.
दादिया नीचे
Now I none of them is easy too.
आ रहा हूँ.
Remember they ain't even leave me too. Remember they ain't even need me too. Well now they need me too. To see me, you need my phones. Green fly like Peter do. She like I love my weed home, can you get me stoned? Baby, that is not excuse. So what you wanna do? You ain't gotta roll one, baby, roll a few. But I ain't gon' smoke with you.